close your eyes, dear wanderer, and let the world fall away. Imagine a horizon where starlit ruins whisper secrets older than time, where voices in stone hum softly beneath a moonlit silence. Welcome to a journey through the echoes of vanished civilizations, to a place where mysteries bloom like wildflowers in the cracks of forgotten temples. This is not a tale of answers, but of questions. Questions that drift like mist, eternal, unyielding, never meant to be solved. What calls to you from the shadows of the past? Is it the sigh of a city swallowed by sand, or the faint song of a people who danced under unfamiliar stars? In these 4+ hours, we will wander through the remnants of worlds lost to the ages, their stories carved in crumbling stone, their truths veiled by the gentle hand of time. These are not mysteries to unravel, but dreams to drift within each one, a thread in the tapestry of the unknown, shimmering with wonder, heavy with awe. So come find a quiet place. Let the weight of the day slip from your shoulders. Breathe deeply, and allow your heart to soften, your mind to still. Picture yourself standing before a gate of ancient rock, its surface warm from a sun that no longer shines. Beyond it lies a path winding through fading ruins, where every step stirs whispers of what once was. You are safe here, held in the embrace of the eternal, invited to listen, to feel, to marvel at the unexplainable. Some say the past is gone, but it lingers. Oh, how it lingers. It speaks in the wind that caresses a desert cliff, in the ripple of a sacred lake, in the shadow of a temple reaching for the heavens. These civilizations, these people, they left behind not just stones but questions. Why did they vanish? What did they know that we cannot? Their mysteries are not puzzles to be solved, but gifts to be held like a star, held in the palm of your hand, its light both fleeting and forever. As we begin, let us step softly into the first of these dreams. High in the desert canyons under a sky, vast and unending, the ancestral Puebloans carved homes into the very heart of the cliffs. Their dwellings bathed in starlight stand empty now, their silence louder than any voice. Why did they leave? What whispers called them into the night? Let us drift closer and listen. Picture a twilight desert where the last rays of a crimson sun spill across jagged cliffs, painting their edges in hues of fire and shadow. High above the canyon floor, nestled into alcoves of honey-colored stone, the cliff dwellings of the ancestral Puebloans cling like ancient nests, their doorways dark as the eyes of forgotten gods. The air is still heavy with the scent of sage and dust, and a faint hum seems to rise from the rock itself, a murmur, perhaps, of lives long gone. These are the homes of a people who thrived for centuries in the four corners of the American Southwest, only to vanish, leaving their stone sanctuaries to the silence of the stars. Why did they abandon these skyward havens? What secrets do the canyons hold, locked in their timeless embrace? The ancestral Puebloans, sometimes called the Anasazi, a name borrowed from a Navajo word meaning ancient ones, built their world in harmony with the harsh desert. Their cliff dwellings, like those at Mesa Verde or Chaco Canyon, are marvels of ingenuity. Stone walls fitted without mortar rooms stacked like honeycombs and kivas, circular chambers sunk into the earth where rituals may have bound them to the cosmos. From roughly 900 to 1300 CE, they farmed maize, beans, and squash on mesa tops, channeling scarce water with delicate precision. Their pottery, painted with spirals and zigzags, seems to dance with stories untold. Yet by the late 13th century, their villages stood empty, their hearths cold. The mystery of their departure is not one of violence or catastrophe alone, but of a quiet, inexplicable fading, as if they stepped into the wind and dissolved. From a scientific lens, the question of their disappearance invites a chorus of hypotheses, each a thread in a tapestry of uncertainty. Some researchers point to a prolonged drought etched into the rings of ancient trees, which gripped the region from 1276 to 1299 CE. The land, already unforgiving, may have withheld its gifts, starving fields and drying springs. Others suggest social upheaval, perhaps conflicts within or between communities, though no widespread evidence of warfare scars the ruins. Could overpopulation have strained their resources, pushing them beyond the desert's embrace? Or did environmental degradation from deforestation or soil exhaustion unravel their delicate balance? Archaeologists note signs of migration, new Settlements appeared in the Rio Grande Valley and Hopi lands, suggesting a purposeful exodus. Yet why abandon such fortified sacred places? The data offers clues, but no chorus of agreement, only a hum of possibilities that fades into the unknown. But science is not the only voice in these canyons. To the descendants of the ancestral Puebloans, modern Pueblo peoples like the Hopi, Zuni, and Tewa, the cliff dwellings are not ruins, but living ancestors, their stones imbued with spirit. In their oral traditions, the ancient ones did not vanish but journeyed onward, guided by prophecies or celestial signs. Some stories speak of a time when the world grew out of balance, when the people were called to new lands to restore harmony with the earth. The kivas, they say, were portals to the underworld where the living communed with the divine. Were the ancestral Puebloans following a spiritual mandate, leaving their homes to fulfill a sacred cycle? Other indigenous tales whisper of star beings guiding lights in the night sky that beckon them to new horizons. To stand in a kiva, its cool darkness wrapping around you, is to feel the weight of such beliefs, a sense that the answers lie not in the dust, but in the eternal. Let me take you now to a story whispered among the stones of Mesa Verde. Long ago, a young weaver whose name is lost to time was said to sit at her loom beneath the cliffs, her fingers threading patterns that mirrored the stars. One night, a strange light flickered in the canyon, a glow, not of fire but of something otherworldly pulsing like a heartbeat. She followed it, drawn to a hidden alcove where the rocks seemed to sing. There she saw visions, fields of endless green rivers that never ran dry, and a people dancing under unfamiliar skies. When she returned, her loom was empty, her threads scattered, and she spoke of a journey the people must take. Was she a prophet, or did the canyon itself speak through her? The elders listened, but the story ends in shadow. No one knows if she led them away or if the light returned. The alcove remains, its walls unmarked, yet those who linger there swear the air feels alive, as if waiting. Now imagine yourself as a child of the ancestral Puebloans, curled in a cliff, dwelling's cool embrace, listening to the night. Your grandmother, her voice soft as juniper smoke, tells of the cloud spirits, beings who wove rain from the heavens. One season, she says, the spirits fell silent and the clouds did not come. The people danced, offered cornmeal to the winds, but the sky remained a cruel blue. Then a vision came to the shaman, a path through the canyons lit by moonlight leading to a land where the spirits waited. The people packed their baskets, left their homes, and followed. Did they find that promised land, or did the moonlight lead them into the stars? The story stops there, its ending a breath held forever. From another angle, consider the artifacts left behind. Pottery shards, turquoise beads, woven sandals. Archaeologists marvel at their craftsmanship but puzzle over their placement. In some dwellings, tools and vessels were carefully stored, as if the owners planned to return. In others, hearths were sealed, doorways blocked, suggesting a final farewell. One theory posits a gradual migration driven by climate shifts, with families leaving in waves. Another suggests a sudden event, a social or religious schism perhaps, that spurred a mass departure. Some even propose disease, though no mass graves mark the landscape. The evidence is a mosaic, each piece glinting with possibility, yet the whole remains incomplete. What did they carry in their hearts as they left? The question hangs like a desert mirage, shimmering untouchable. In a different light, the spiritual resonance of these places speaks through their silence. To the Hopi, the ancestral Puebloans were the Hisatsinom, the people of long ago whose migrations were part of a cosmic plan. Their cliff dwellings were not mere shelters, but sacred spaces aligned with solstices and stars. The great houses of Chaco Canyon, with their precise geometry, suggest a people who read the heavens as a map. Some elders say the departure was a return to the Sipapu, the place of emergence in Pueblo cosmology, a journey back to the world's beginning. Standing in Chaco's Casa Rinconada, its kiva open to the sky, you might feel the pull of such a belief, a longing to merge with the infinite. Could their leaving have been a pilgrimage not to a place, but to a state of being? Another tale drifts through the canyons, this one of a flute player, his melodies said to charm the winds themselves. In a time of hunger when the rains failed, he climbed to the highest cliff and played a song so pure it reached the spirits. The winds answered, but not with rain. Instead, they carried a message. A new home waited beyond the horizon. The people followed his music, their footsteps soft as feathers until the flute's notes faded. Was he a man or a spirit in disguise? The cliffs where he played are silent now, but some say on still nights a faint melody lingers, too soft to be sure. The mystery deepens when you consider the scale of their world. Chaco Canyon, a hub of ancestral Puebloan life, was linked by roads stretching hundreds of miles, some arrow straight, others curving like rivers. These paths etched into the desert led to outliers, smaller settlements that mirrored Chaco's grandeur. Were they trade routes, ceremonial ways, or something stranger? Some suggest they mapped a spiritual landscape connecting sacred sites in a web of meaning. Yet when Chaco emptied, so did the roads. The effort to build such a network only to abandon it is a riddle without edges. What drove them to create, then release such a legacy? As we linger here, let us pause in the cool shade of a cliff dwelling. Feel the stone beneath your fingers smooth from centuries of touch. The ancestral Puebloans lived in a world of balance, earth and sky, drought and rain, life and spirit. Their departure, whether by choice or necessity, leaves us with a gift, not answers but wonder. Did they follow a vision, a star, a song? The canyons, vast and patient, offer no reply, only the gentle rustle of a breeze that might carry their voices still. In the shadow of that silence, another mystery beckons from the misty heights of the Andes, where the cloud people built their fortresses in the sky. Imagine yourself standing on a narrow ledge high in the Andes, where the world dissolves into a sea of mist. The air is cool, damp against your skin, and the faint scent of orchids drifts from unseen blooms. Before you, a stone fortress emerges from the fog, Cuelap its walls, towering like the ramparts of a dream. These are the works of the Chachapoya, the cloud people, who built their citadels in the clouds of northern Peru, their lives woven into the mist from 800 to 1470 CE. Their homes perch on peaks, defiant of gravity, yet they vanished, leaving only whispers in the stone. Why did they abandon these lofty sanctuaries? What truths do the mountains guard hidden in their veiled embrace? You step closer, your fingers brushing the cool rounded stones of Cuelap's walls, each fitted with a precision that defies the centuries. The Chachapoya thrived in this rugged cloud forest, their settlements scattered across cliffs and valleys, from the fortress of Grand Pajaten to the cliff tombs of Ravache. They farmed terraces, carved into slopes growing maize and quinoa, and wove textiles dyed in colors that rivaled the jungle's vibrancy. Their circular houses, crowned with conical roofs, seemed to spiral toward the sky, as if in dialogue with the heavens. Yet by the time the Inca conquered their lands in the late 15th century, and later the Spanish arrived, the Chachapoya were fading, their culture dissolving like mist at dawn. The mystery of their decline is not one of conquest alone, but of a quiet retreat into the unknown. From the vantage of science, you might ponder the many threads that weave this enigma. Archaeologists suggest environmental shifts. Perhaps a change in rainfall patterns disrupted their agriculture, as the cloud forest is unforgiving to imbalance. Could disease have crept through their isolated communities, thinning their numbers before the Inca arrived? Some propose internal strife, though the lack of widespread battle scars on their fortresses raises doubts. Others point to assimilation. The Inca incorporated the Chachapoya into their empire, and later Spanish colonization scattered their remnants. Yet Cuelap's walls, built to withstand armies, suggest a people prepared for threats. Did they flee from something unseen? The sparse artifacts, pottery, textiles, and mummies offer glimpses, but no clarity, leaving scholars to trace shadows in the pottery, textiles. Fog. Now let your heart turn to the spiritual echoes that linger here. To the modern descendants of the Chachapoya and to those who walk these mountains, the cloud people were bound to the Apis, the mountain spirits who watch from the peaks. Their fortresses perched so high may have been offerings to these deities, places where shamans burned coca leaves to summon visions. Local legends speak of the Chachapoya as guardians of sacred lakes, like Laguna de los Condores, where mummies rest in cliffside cholpas, wrapped in textiles, as if sleeping. Were they protecting a cosmic secret, their departure, a pilgrimage to join the spirits in the clouds? Stand within Cuelap's walls, and you might feel it a pulse in the stone, as if the Apis still listen, their gaze eternal. A story drifts through these heights, one told by the wind. Long ago, a Chachapoya healer climbed to a hidden cave, seeking the source of a strange hum that haunted her village. There she found a pool of water, its surface glowing with colors no mortal could name. She drank and visions flooded her, a time when the mountains would shake and the people must follow a white condor to a new home. She returned her eyes alight and spoke of a journey beyond the peaks. The elders debated, but the hum ceased and the healer vanished. Did she lead her people away, or did the mountains claim her? The cave remains its pool dry, yet those who find it swear the air shimmers, as if the vision lingers. Shift your gaze now and imagine you are a Chachapoya child perched on a terrace, watching the mists swirl below. Your father, a stonecutter, tells you of the skyweaver's spirits, who spin clouds into threads of fate. One year, the clouds grew thin, and the crops withered. The priests climbed to the highest altar, offering songs to the weavers, but no rain came. Then a dream spread through the village, a path through the mist, leading to a valley where the clouds never parted. The people gathered their bundles and followed their footsteps, swallowed by the fog. Did they find that valley? Or did the weavers guide them to the stars? The terraces lie empty now, their edges softened by time, but the mist still curls as if remembering. From another angle, consider the artifacts that whisper of their lives. At Laguna de los Condors, you might imagine touching the mummies, their wrappings adorned with feathers and shells. Archaeologists marvel at their preservation, but puzzle over their placement. Why entomb the dead in such remote cliffs? Some hypothesize a defensive strategy with fortresses like Quilap built to deter invaders, perhaps rival tribes or early Inca scouts. Others suggest a gradual decline as trade routes shifted or resources dwindled. One theory posits a rebellion. Spanish records mention Chachapoya resistance, but did it hasten their fading? The evidence is fragmented like a mosaic scattered by the wind. What fears or hopes drove them to such heights? In a different light, the spiritual resonance of these places hums through their silence. To Andean shamans, the Chachapoya were keepers of the Pachamama, the Earth Mother, their terraces, a hymn to her bounty. Quilap's circular design, aligned with the solstice, suggests a people who read the sky as a sacred text. Some elders say their departure was a return to the Hanan Pacha, the upper world of the gods, a journey foretold in starlight. Kneel by a cholpa, its stones cold against your palm, and you might sense it a longing to rise, to merge with the infinite. Could their leaving have been a sacred ascent, not to a place, but to a realm beyond? Another tale weaves through the fog, this one of a warrior, his spear carved with condor wings. In a time of unrest, when shadows moved in the valleys below, he stood watch atop Quilap's highest wall. One night a voice sang from the mist, not human but clear as a flute, promising safety beyond the mountains. He rallied his people, and they descended following the song. The warrior never returned, but his spear was found planted in a cliff, its carvings glowing under moonlight. Was he a guide, or did the mist claim him as its own? The cliff stands bare now, but some say on quiet nights the song returns faint as a dream. The mystery grows when you trace the scale of their world. Quilap, larger than Machu Picchu, could house thousands its walls, a testament to collective will. Smaller sites like Purun Lakta dot the landscape, linked by trails that vanish into the jungle. Were these outposts of trade, worship, or refuge? Some suggest a network of sacred sites, each a node in a spiritual map. Yet when the Chachapoya faded, so did their paths. The effort to build such strongholds only to leave them is a puzzle without form. What vision sustained their labor, and what dissolved it? Pause here and let the mist envelop you. Feel the stone beneath your feet worn smooth by hands long gone. The Chachapoya lived in a world of balance, earth and sky, mist and stone, life and spirit. Their departure, whether by choice or fate, leaves you with a gift, not answers but wonder. Did they follow a condor, a song, a dream? The mountains, vast and silent, offer no reply, only the gentle caress of fog that might carry their secrets still. So we drift again toward what cannot be named, where the jungle hides the colossal gazes of the Olmec Builders. You stand in a jungle clearing where dawn's first light filters through a canopy of emerald leaves, casting dappled shadows on the earth. Before you looms a colossal stone head, its features chiseled with a quiet intensity, broad nose, full lips, eyes that seem to pierce the veil of time. The air hums with the drone of cicadas, and the scent of damp soil wraps around you like a memory. This is the work of the Olmecs, who thrived in Mexico's Gulf Coast from 1200 to 400 BCE, their legacy carved into the basalt of San Lorenzo and La Venta. These giants, some taller than you, weigh as much as dreams, yet the Olmecs left them behind, their purpose shrouded in silence. Why did they craft these sentinels? What do their gazes seek, unyielding through the ages? The Olmecs, often called the mother culture of Mesoamerica, built a world of mounds, plazas, and sacred springs in the humid lowlands of Veracruz, Tabasco. Their cities, like San Lorenzo, pulsed with life. Artisans shaped jade into serpentine forms. Priests burned copal in earthen braziers, and farmers tended fields of maize. The colossal heads 17 known to us are their most haunting relics, each unique, some adorned with helmets or ear spools, all facing outward as if guarding an unseen truth. Yet by 400 BCE, their centers lay abandoned, their altars cold, their people scattered. The mystery of their decline is not one of ruin but of a gentle fading, as if they slipped into the jungle's embrace, leaving their stone watchers to stand eternal. Peer through a scientific lens, and the enigma of the Olmecs unfolds like a scroll of questions. Archaeologists marvel at the logistics. The basalt for the heads was quarried from the Tuxtla Mountains, some 80 miles from San Lorenzo. Each boulder hauled, perhaps by raft, perhaps by human will, across rivers and swamps. Why such effort for these monoliths? Some hypothesize they were portraits of rulers, their stern faces meant to project power. Others suggest they commemorated ancestors, binding the living to the past. The decline of Olmec centers sparks more theories. Climate change, perhaps a shift in rainfall, could have starved their crops, as sediment records hint at drought. Or did volcanic ash from nearby eruptions choke their fields? Social unrest is another possibility. Broken altars at La Venta suggest upheaval, though no battle scars mark the stones. Trade disruptions, overpopulation, or soil depletion linger as guesses, yet the evidence is a whisper, not a shout. Why leave such monumental works behind? Now let your spirit drift to the sacred currents that flow through these lands. To the modern Mixi-Zoque peoples, possible descendants of the Olmecs, the jungle is alive with deities, jaguar spirits, rain gods, beings who dwell in stone and water. The colossal heads with their deep-set eyes may have been vessels for divine essence, watching over sacred precincts. Local elders speak of the Olmecs as star readers, their mounds aligned with constellations, their rituals tying earth to sky. Were the heads offerings to celestial powers, their gazes fixed on horizons where gods descended? Stand before one, its surface warm under your touch, and you might feel a tremor, a sense that these stones are not silent, but listening, their secrets woven into the earth's heartbeat. A tale lingers in the jungle, passed down through generations. Picture yourself as an Olmec priest, your robe heavy with jade beads standing atop a mound at La Venta. The night is thick with stars, and a vision comes: a great jaguar. Its eyes like embers leaps from the sky, speaking of a time when the rivers would turn to dust. It bids you lead your people to new lands, where the maize would grow tall. You wake the vision burned into your soul and tell the elders. Some follow, carrying only what the stars allow. Others stay tending the heads. The jaguar never returns, and those who left are lost to time. Did they find that promised land, or did the jungle swallow their steps? The mounds remain, their slopes worn, but the stars still shine as if waiting. Shift your perspective, and you are a child in San Lorenzo, hiding in the shadow of a stone head. Your mother, a weaver, whispers of the earth speaker, a figure who could call rain with a single word. One season, the rains failed, and the speaker climbed to a hidden cave, where the earth's voice was strongest. She returned, her face pale, and spoke of a journey the people must take, guided by a river that flowed backward. The village packed, but the speaker vanished before the trek began. You followed the river, but it never turned. Was she a prophet, or did the earth mislead her? The cave is lost now, overgrown, yet locals say the ground there hums too faint to trust. From another angle, the artifacts beckon. You kneel in the dirt, tracing the edge of a jade axe, its surface etched with a feathered serpent. Archaeologists puzzle over the head's placement, some near ceremonial plazas, others half buried as if abandoned mid-ritual. One theory posits they marked territorial boundaries, their gaze is a warning to outsiders. Another suggests they were toppled in revolt, though their careful burial hints at reverence, not rage. The decline of Olmec society might tie to external pressures, rival groups perhaps, or shifts in trade for jade and obsidian. Some propose disease, though no mass graves whisper of plague. The data is a mosaic, each piece glinting, but the pattern eludes. What did they see in these stones as they carved their final gaze? In a softer light, the spiritual weight of these places settles over you. To Mesoamerican cultures, stone was eternal, a bridge to the divine. The Olmecs' altars, shaped like jaguar thrones, suggest a people who knelt before the wild and the sacred. Their colossal heads facing the cardinal directions may have been sentinels of a cosmic order anchoring the world against chaos. Some shamans say the Olmecs left to join the gods. Their cities no longer needed, their spirits rising like smoke. Touch the rough basalt, and you might sense it, a pull toward the infinite, a call to look beyond the jungle's edge. Could their departure have been a return to the divine, a step into the unseen? Another story hums through the leaves. You are a trader, your pack heavy with cacao pausing at Tres Zapotes. The elders speak of a girl who danced with shadows, her movements summoning visions of a distant shore where the sun never set. One night she led a procession into the jungle, her shadow growing vast, swallowing the stars. The people followed entranced, but dawn found the clearing empty, her footprints gone. Was she a guide to paradise, or a trickster born of night? The site where she danced is quiet now, but some swear the shadows sway as if her dance continues. The mystery widens when you consider the Olmec world. La Venta's Great Pyramid, a fluted cone of clay, rises like a sculpted hill. Its purpose, unclear: tomb, temple, or star map. The Olmecs traded across vast distances, their influence reaching the Maya and Zapotecs, yet their script, if they had one, is lost. Some suggest their decline was a transformation, not a collapse, their people merging with neighboring cultures. Others see a deliberate retreat, a choice to leave the heads as eternal guardians. The effort to carve and move these stones only to abandon them is a riddle without shape. What drove their hands, and what stilled them? Rest here your back against the warm stone of a colossal head. Feel its weight, its silence, its gaze stretching beyond you. The Olmecs lived in a world of balance, jungle and river stone and spirit, earth and sky. Their departure, whether by fate or will, offers you a gift, not answers but awe. Did they follow a jaguar, a river, a dance? The jungle, vast and patient, holds no reply, only the rustle of leaves that might carry their whispers still. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk, where the Clovis people left their spear points in the bones of ancient beasts. You stand on a windswept plain, where golden grasses sway under a sky vast as eternity. The sun hangs low, its light glinting off a single fluted spear point, half buried in the earth, a relic of the Clovis people, sharp as a shard of moonlight. The air carries the faint tang of dust and sage, and the horizon stretches unbroken, whispering of a world still young. These first wanderers roamed North America some 13,000 years ago, their lives etched in the bones of mammoths and mastodons. Yet, like a breath on glass, they vanished, leaving only their blades behind. Where did they go, these hunters of the ancient prairies? What secrets do the wide lands hold silent beneath the endless sky? The Clovis culture, named for the New Mexico town where their distinctive spear points were first found, thrived in a time when ice still gripped the north. You can imagine their camps, hide, shelters strung across the plains, fires glowing against the chill. Their tools, crafted from chert and obsidian, were elegant, their fluted points designed to fell giants. Sites like Blackwater Draw and Galt reveal caches of blades, some stained with the blood of creatures long extinct. They hunted, they wandered, they lived in rhythm with a land teeming with life. But by 12,800 years ago, their traces faded, their fires dimmed, The mystery of their disappearance is not one of ruin, but of a quiet dissolution, as if they stepped beyond the horizon's edge. Look through the lens of science, and the Clovis enigma unfolds like a tapestry of guesses. The timing of their decline aligns with the Younger Dryas, a sudden cold snap that chilled the continent for 1,000 years. Could this climate shift have starved the megafauna mammoths, bison giant sloths that sustained their way of life? Some archaeologists propose overhunting, noting the scarcity of game bones in later sites. Others suggest competition from newcomers, as other cultures emerged in the post-Ice Age world. Disease perhaps carried across Beringia is another hypothesis, though no mass graves mark the plains. Migration is a possibility. Did they scatter, blending with later peoples like the Folsom culture? Yet the Clovis points, so distinct, vanish abruptly, leaving scholars to sift through shadows. Why abandon a craft so refined? Now let your soul drift to the spiritual currents that hum across these lands. To modern indigenous peoples of the plains, Lakota, Cheyenne, Comanche, the ancient ones were kin to the earth, their hunts a sacred dance with the spirits of the animals. The Clovis points buried with care may have been offerings, not just tools meant to honor the beasts that gave them life. Elders tell of a time when the stars spoke, guiding hunters to new paths. Were the Clovis following a celestial call, their departure, a journey to a sacred place beyond the dawn? Kneel by a spear point, its edge still keen, and you might feel it a pulse in the earth, as if the spirits of the hunted linger, watching, waiting. A story echoes through the grasslands, one carried on the wind. You are a Clovis hunter, your hands calloused from flint, standing by a river at dusk. The elders speak of a great buffalo, its hide white as frost, that appeared in a dream. It promised plenty, but warned of a time when the herds would thin, and the people must follow it to a land where the grass never faded. You joined the trek, your spear point gleaming, but the buffalo vanished into a storm. Some turned back. Others pressed on, their voices lost to the gale. Did they find that endless plain, or did the storm claim them? The river still flows its banks bare, but those who linger there swear the water sings too soft to be certain. Shift your gaze, and you are a child of the Clovis, curled by a fire listening to your grandmother's tale. She speaks of the Skywalker's beings who wove the clouds into paths for the people. One winter, the clouds parted, revealing a star brighter than any before. The shaman said it was a sign, a call to follow the star to a new home. The camp packed, leaving their points as gifts to the earth. You walked your small hand in hers, but the star dimmed and the path grew cold. Where did it lead, that fleeting light? The plains stretch wide, their grasses whispering, but the star's secret remains untold. From another perspective, the artifacts call to you. You trace the flutes of a Clovis point, its symmetry, a marvel. Archaeologists puzzle over their distribution points, found from Alaska to Central America, yet so uniform as if a single hand guided their making. Some theorize a rapid spread, a culture that bloomed and burned out in centuries. Others suggest environmental collapse, as pollen records show a shift to drier, harsher climes. One hypothesis points to a cosmic event, a comet impact, perhaps as nanodiamonds in soil layers suggest disrupting ecosystems, yet the lack of widespread destruction muddies this idea. The points, often cached in clusters, hint at ritual, not abandonment. What drove them to bury their craft as if sealing a vow? In a gentler light, the spiritual resonance of these plains wraps around you. To some indigenous storytellers, the Clovis were the first ones, tasked with preparing the land for those to come. Their spear points left in the earth were anchors, tying the physical to the sacred place. The mammoth bones pierced by their blades may have been altars, their hunts, a communion with the eternal. Some say they left to join the Skywalkers, their spirits rising with the smoke of their last fires. Touch the earth, its surface warm under your palm, and you might sense it, a longing to follow, to merge with the boundless. Could their fading have been a return to the stars, a step into the divine? Another tale drifts across the prairies. You are a Clovis flint-napper, shaping a point under a moonless sky. The elders whisper of a woman who sang to the wind, her voice calling herds from the horizon. One spring her song changed, speaking of a valley where the beasts never fled. She led a band into the west, her melodies fading with each step. The herds did not follow, and those who stayed found only silence. Was she a guide, or did the wind steal her voice? The valley remains unfound, but some say on still nights her song lingers woven into the breeze. The mystery deepens when you consider the Clovis world. Their sites from Murray Springs to Topper show a people who roamed vast distances, their points found in places no mammoth could reach. Were they traders, pilgrims, or explorers? Some suggest a spiritual diaspora, each cache a marker of a sacred journey. Others see a collapse as the megafauna vanished, leaving hunters adrift. The effort to craft such points only to leave them is a puzzle without form. What vision sustained their wanderings and what silenced it? Pause here, your fingers brushing the earth where a spear point rests. Feel its weight, its silence, its edge honed by hands long gone. The Clovis lived in a world of balance hunter and hunted earth and sky life and spirit. Their disappearance, whether by choice or chance, offers you a gift. Not answers, but wonder. Did they follow a buffalo, a star, a song? The prairies endless and patient, hold no reply, only the sigh of the wind that might carry their echoes still. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers, where the Hittites forged their empire of bronze and mystery. You wander through a twilight valley in ancient Anatolia, where the air is thick with the scent of cedar and the soft glow of fireflies dances among the ruins. Before you, the crumbled walls of Hattusa rise, their weathered stones etched with the faint outlines of forgotten glyphs. The wind carries a low, resonant hum, as if the mountains themselves are breathing. These are the remnants of the Hittites, who forged a mighty empire of bronze and ritual from 1600 to 1178 BCE, their cities a beacon in the heart of modern-day Turkey. Yet their grandeur faded, their voices stilled, leaving only echoes in the sacred peaks. What secrets did they entomb with their kings? What truths do the stones conceal steadfast in their silence? The Hittites built a world of towering gates and hidden springs, their capital Hattusa, a labyrinth of temples, palaces, and archives. You can almost see their scribes etching cuneiform on clay tablets, their warriors wielding bronze swords, their priests offering libations to the storm god Tarhunt. They traded with Egypt and Mesopotamia, sealed treaties with pharaohs, and carved their laws into stone. Their art lions guarding gates, sphinxes gazing skyward pulses with a quiet power. But by the late 12th century BCE, their cities lay deserted, their tablets scattered, their empire dissolved into the dust of time. The mystery of their collapse is not one of conquest alone, but of a gentle unraveling, as if they turned and walked into the shadows of the mountains. Peer through the lens of science, and the Hittite enigma unfolds like a scroll half-read. Archaeologists point to the Bronze Age collapse, a turbulent era around 1200 BCE, when empires across the Near East crumbled. Could drought have starved their fields, as pollen records suggest a drying climate? Some hypothesize invasions by the Sea Peoples, mysterious raiders who plagued the Mediterranean, though Hattusa's ruins bear few signs of battle. Internal strife is another theory. Royal successions were fraught and rebellions simmered in vassal states. Economic disruption, perhaps from severed trade routes, could have weakened their cities. Or did disease thin their numbers, as silent plagues often did? The tablets rich with diplomacy and ritual fall silent after 1178 BCE, offering no final word. Why did they abandon such a fortified realm? Now let your spirit sink into the sacred currents that flow through these hills. To the Hittites, the mountains were divine home to gods like Tarhunt, who hurled thunderbolts, and the sun goddess Arina, who bathed the world in light. Their sanctuaries, like Yazulukaya, are carved into rock, their reliefs depicting deities in procession, as if marching to eternity. Local traditions whisper that the Hittites were bound to the earth's pulse, their kings buried in secret chambers to join the gods. Were they called away by a divine decree, their departure, a ritual ascent to the sacred peaks? Stand in Yazulukaya's open-air temple, the stone cool under your touch, and you might feel it a vibration as if the gods still linger there, eyes unseen, but ever watchful. A tale drifts through the ruins, one told by the flicker of torchlight. You are a Hittite priestess, your robes heavy with embroidered stars, standing before a sacred spring. The water ripples, and a vision forms a golden stag. Its antlers touching the sky beckons you to a land where the rivers never dry. You share the vision, and the king listens, his face grave. Some gather to follow, carrying only bronze seals and prayers. Others stay tending the altars. The stag vanishes at the mountain's edge, and those who left are never seen again. Did they find that promised land, or did the peaks claim them? The spring still flows its surface clear, but those who gaze into it swear they see antlers fleeting as a dream. Shift your perspective, and you are a child in Hattusa, hiding behind a lion gate, listening to your father, a scribe, speak of the shadow walkers. These spirits, he says, guarded the city's secrets, appearing in dreams to warn of a time when the mountains would weep. One autumn, the dreams grew vivid, urging the people to seek a new home beyond the Taurus range. The elders packed, leaving tablets half-written, and followed a path lit by fireflies. You clung to your father's hand, but the path faded, and the fireflies dimmed. Where did they lead, those flickering guides? The gates stand empty now, their lions silent, but the night air hums as if the walkers still roam. From another angle, the artifacts draw you closer. You trace the edges of a clay tablet, its cuneiform sharp against your fingers. Archaeologists marvel at the Hittites' records, treaties, prayers, myths, but puzzle over their end. Some tablets mention famine, others unrest, yet none foretell collapse. One theory posits environmental strain, deforestation may have eroded their lands as charcoal layers suggest heavy logging. Another suggests overextension, maintaining an empire from Anatolia to Syria, stretched their resources thin. Some propose a shift in power as rival states like the Assyrians rose. The great walls of Hattusa, built to defy armies, were left intact, as if the threat was not external. What fears or hopes drove them to leave such a legacy? In a softer light, the spiritual weight of these places settles over you. To the Hittites, every spring, every peak, was a doorway to the divine. Their rituals, libations, poured dances, performed wove the human and the sacred into one. Some Anatolian elders say the Hittites left to fulfill a cosmic pact, their kings interred in hidden tombs to guard the world's balance. The rock reliefs with their gods and kings may have been markers of this pact, their faces turned to eternity. Kneel by a carved sphinx, its stone warm from the sun, and you might sense it, a call to rise, to join the divine in the mountain's embrace. Could their departure have been a sacred vow, a step into the unseen? Another story weaves through the valleys. You are a Hittite merchant, your cart laden with tin, pausing at Alaka-Hoyuk. The priests speak of a woman who saw omens in the flight of eagles, her visions guiding the city's fate. One spring, she foretold a shadow crossing the sun, a sign to seek a new land where the eagles nested. She led a caravan, her voice steady, but the shadow passed and the eagles vanished. The caravan never returned, and her name faded. Was she a seer, or did the omens betray her? The tombs at Alaka-Hoyuk remain their bronze relics gleaming, but some say on quiet dawns an eagle's cry echoes too faint to follow. The mystery grows when you consider the Hittite world. Hattusa's walls stretched for miles, its 30 temples, a testament to devotion. Their script, adapted from Mesopotamian cuneiform, recorded a language both Indo-European and unique, yet it fell silent. Some suggest a gradual decline, as vassal states broke away, weakening the core. Others see a sudden event, a plague perhaps, or a coup that left no trace. The effort to build such cities only to abandon them is a riddle without contours. What vision sustained their empire and what dissolved it? Rest here, your hand resting on a fallen stone, its surface worn by centuries of rain. Feel its weight, its silence, its secrets carved by hands long gone. The Hittites lived in a world of balance, bronze and ritual, earth and divine, city and mountain. Their fading, whether by choice or fate, offers you a gift, not answers but awe. Did they follow a stag, a firefly, an eagle? The ruins, steadfast and patient, hold no reply, only the hum of the stones that might carry their whispers still. So we drift again toward what cannot be named, where the Khmer raise temples that mirror the stars. You find yourself in a jungle clearing at dawn where the first rays of light pierce the mist, illuminating the towering spires of Angkor Wat. The temple's stone lotus buds glow softly, their reflections shimmering in a still pool fringed with water lilies. The air hums with the distant chant of monks, and the rustle of leaves wrapping you in a timeless embrace. This is the heart of the Khmer Empire, which flourished in Cambodia from the 9th to the 15th centuries. Its cities, a symphony of faith and ingenuity. Yet Angkor, once a beacon of divine kings, lies quiet, its halls claimed by vines. Why did its people drift away, leaving their sacred city to the jungle's care? What dreams ripple in the lotus pools, unanswered beneath the stars? The Khmer built an empire of unparalleled grandeur, their capital Angkor, a sprawling marvel of temples, reservoirs, and canals. You can almost see the bustle of its markets, hear the splash of oars in the berets, and feel the reverence in the air as priests ascended the steps of Angkor Thom. Their stone carvings, apsaras, dancing gods, battling demons, pulse with life, while their hydraulic system channeling monsoon rains sustained 1 million souls. From the reign of Jayavarman II in 802 CE to the 15th century, they wove a tapestry of power and devotion. But by the 1430s, Angkor's heart slowed its people, scattering to new lands. The mystery of their departure is not one of destruction, but of a silent retreat, as if they followed a call only they could hear. Through a scientific gaze, the Khmer's fading invites a chorus of possibilities. Archaeologists point to environmental strained sediment cores from the berets, suggest prolonged droughts in the 14th and 15th centuries, perhaps starving the rice fields that fed the city. Others propose flooding, as heavy monsoons may have overwhelmed the canals, clogging the lifeblood of Angkor's system. Political instability is another thread. Royal coups and rivalries documented in inscriptions hint at a fractured court. Could invasion by the Ayutthaya kingdom have tipped the balance, though no widespread ruin marks the temples? Some suggest economic shifts as maritime trade drew wealth to coastal cities like Phnom Penh. The evidence, like scattered lotus petals, offers glimpses, but no clear path. Why abandon a city so divine? Now let your heart open to the spiritual echoes that linger in these stones. To the Khmer, Angkor was a microcosm of the cosmos, its temples like Mount Meru, the axis of the universe. Their kings, Devarahas, were god kings, their reigns a bridge between earth and heaven. Local beliefs whisper that the Khmer were guided by Naga serpent spirits, who guarded the waters and whispered prophecies. Did a celestial omen bid them leave their departure, a sacred pilgrimage to restore balance? Stand before the Bayans' smiling faces, their stone eyes serene, and you might feel it a warmth, as if the gods still watch their will woven into the Bayans' jungle's breath. A story hums through the temple corridors, one carried by the flicker of oil lamps. You are a Khmer artisan, carving an apsara's smile under a banyan tree. The priests speak of a vision, a great lotus blooming in the sky, its petals falling, to reveal a new city where the rains never failed. The king moved, sent emissaries south, their banners bright with silk. Some followed, leaving offerings at the temple gates. Others stayed tending the altars. The lotus never bloomed again, and those who left faded from memory. Did they find that promised city, or did the jungle claim their steps? The banyan stands its roots, embracing the stone, but those who pause beneath it swear the air shivers as if the vision lingers. Shift your view, and you are a child in Angkor Thom, hiding in the shadow of a stone elephant. Your mother, a rice farmer, tells of the water whisperer, a mystic who could summon rain with a single chant. One year, the skies grew still, and the berets ran low. The whisperer climbed to the peak of Phnom Bakheng, her voice rising like a river. She returned, her eyes distant, and spoke of a land where the Naga danced. The village followed, carrying only faith, but the whisperer vanished at the river's edge. Where did she lead them, that silent guide? The peak remains its stones warm, but the Naga's dance is unseen, its rhythm lost to time. From another lens, the artifacts call to you. You trace the curves of a bronze gong, its patina deep with age. Archaeologists marvel at the Khmer's engineering. The berets, vast as inland seas, fed a network of canals with surgical precision. Yet inscriptions hint at trouble, labor shortages, neglected repairs, a system stretched thin. One theory posits overpopulation, taxing the land beyond its limits. Another suggests religious shifts as Theravada Buddhism rose, perhaps drawing devotion from the Hindu Buddhist temples. Some propose disease, though. No mass graves scar the earth. The temples left intact suggest a deliberate farewell, not a rout. What hopes or fears guided their final steps? In a gentler light, the spiritual resonance of Angkor wraps around you. To modern Cambodians, the temples are alive, their stones pulsing with the spirits of ancestors. The Khmer believed in samsara, the cycle of rebirth, their temples built to guide souls to nirvana. Some monks say the Khmer left to follow a karmic path. Their city no longer needed its purpose fulfilled. The lotus pools reflecting the spires may have been mirrors of the divine, their ripples carrying prayers to the heavens. Touch the cool stone of an apsara, her smile eternal, and you might sense it, a pull toward the infinite, a call to rise beyond the jungle's veil. Could their leaving have been a spiritual ascent, a release into the eternal? Another tale weaves through the vines. You are a Khmer boatman, guiding your skiff through the West Beret. The elders speak of a girl who saw omens in the water's surface, her visions guiding the city's rites. One monsoon she foretold a shadow crossing the moon, a sign to seek a new land where the lotus bloomed year-round. She led a flotilla down the Tonle Sap, her voice a beacon, but the shadow passed and the moon grew bright. The flotilla never returned, and her name dissolved. Was she a seer, or did the waters mislead her? The beret lies still its surface, a mirror, but some say at twilight a ripple forms too faint to trust. The mystery deepens when you consider the Khmer world. Angkor's temples, Angkor Wat Bayon Taprom, were not just shrines but cosmic maps, their layouts aligned with solstices and stars. Their canals stretched hundreds of miles, a testament to ambition. Some suggest a gradual migration as power shifted to southern cities. Others see a collapse as the hydraulic system faltered under nature's whims. The effort to build such wonders only to leave them is a puzzle without edges. What vision fueled their creation and what stilled it? Pause here, your fingers brushing the mossy stone of a fallen lintel. Feel its weight, its silence, its beauty carved by hands long gone. The Khmer lived in a world of balance, water and stone, earth and divine city and cosmos. Their departure, whether by choice or necessity, offers you a gift, not answers but awe. Did they follow a lotus, a naga, a moonlit path? The jungle vast and patient holds no reply, only the ripple of a lotus pool that might reflect their dreams still. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk, where the Wari wove their tapestry of cities in the highlands. You pause on a windswept ridge in Peru's highlands, where the Andes unfold in waves of stone and sky. Before you, the ruins of Piquilacta stretch like a faded quilt, their stone walls tracing patterns across the earth. The air is crisp, scented with wild herbs, and a distant condor wheels against a canvas of twilight clouds. This is the realm of the Wari, who wove a civilization of cities and roads across these mountains from 600 to 1000 CE. Their terraced fields climb toward the heavens, yet their story has slipped away, leaving only echoes in the stone. What drew them from these enduring works? What secrets do the peaks cradle veiled in their ancient hush? The Wari crafted a world of precision and ambition, their cities like Huari and Piquilacta, linked by roads that thread through valleys and overpasses. You can almost hear the shuffle of llama caravans, the murmur of markets trading maize, coca, and vibrant textiles. Their adobe compounds, vast and grid-like, housed thousands, while their aqueducts coaxed water from the mountains to feed fields of quinoa and potatoes. Their pottery, painted with cryptic faces and geometric swirls, seems to pulse with untold tales, but by the 11th century their centers stood empty, their canals dry, their people gone. The mystery of their departure is not one of chaos, but of a quiet fading, as if they followed a path only the Andes could see. Gaze through a scientific lens, and the Wari's enigma unfurls like a scroll of half-formed clues. Archaeologists point to climate shifts, tree rings, and lake sediments, suggest a prolonged drought around 1000 CE, perhaps withering their crops. Could overfarming have exhausted the thin highland soil, as eroded terraces hint? Some propose internal discord, unequal wealth glimpsed in elite burials, may have sparked unrest, though no battle scars mark the ruins. Others suggest external pressures, the rising Tiwanaku culture to the south, could have disrupted trade, or perhaps nomadic groups harried their borders. Disease is another guess, though. No mass graves whisper of plague. Some argue for dispersal, as Wari-like artifacts appear in distant valleys, yet why abandon such ordered cities? The evidence is a mosaic, its pieces scattered, offering no clear design. Now let your spirit drift to the sacred currents that flow through these heights. To modern Quechua and Aymara, communities descendants of ancient Andean peoples, the mountains are Apis living spirits who guide and protect. The Wari, they say, honored these deities with offerings of coca and chicha, their terraces, a gift to the Earth Mother Pachamama. Their stone altars tucked into cliffs may have been portals to the divine, where shamans sought visions in the stars. Were the Wari called away by a celestial mandate, they're leaving a sacred journey to align with the cosmos. Stand by a crumbling wall, its stones warm from the sun, and you might feel it a soft thrum, as if the Apis still listen their presence. Woven into the wind, a tale lingers in the highlands, one carried by the rustle of ichu grass. You are a Wari weaver, your loom strung with alpaca wool working under a sky heavy with stars. The elders speak of a vision, a great condor, its wings brushing the peaks, soaring toward a valley where the earth sang. The oracle, her eyes clouded, urged the people to follow promising fields that bloomed without end. Some packed leaving pottery shards as offerings. Others stayed tending the terraces. The condor vanished beyond the horizon, and those who followed were never seen again. Did they find that singing valley, or did the mountains keep them? The ridge where the oracle stood is bare now, but those who linger there swear the air hums, as if the condor's wings still stir. Shift your view, and you are a child in Huari, crouched by a canal, watching the water gleam. Your grandfather, a stonecutter, tells of the star weavers, spirits who spun the night sky into paths for the people. One season, the stars shifted, forming a new pattern that pointed north. The priest said it was a sign, a call to seek a land where the Apis danced. The village gathered, leaving tools neatly stacked, and followed the starlight. You held your grandfather's hand, but the stars faded and the path grew cold. Where did they lead, those fleeting lights? The canal lies dry now, its stones silent, but the night sky still shifts as if remembering. From another perspective, the artifacts beckon. You trace the lines of a Wari textile, its patterns dizzying yet precise. Archaeologists marvel at their urban planning. Pikilicta's grid rivals modern cities, yet puzzle over their end. Some sites show signs of fire but not destruction, as if hearths were ritually quenched. One theory posits environmental collapse pollen data, suggests a drier climate straining the aqueducts. Another suggests social upheaval as elite compounds grew lavish, while common homes shrank. Some propose a cultural shift as new ideologies spread, perhaps linked to the later Inca. The roads stretching hundreds of miles were left to erode, their purpose unclear. What dreams or fears guided their final steps? In a softer light, the spiritual resonance of these places settles over you. To Andean shamans, the Wari were keepers of the Uku Pacha, the inner world their cities built to mirror the heavens. Their terraces, climbing like steps to the stars, may have been prayers carved into the earth. Some elders say the Wari left to join the Apis, their work complete, their spirits rising with the dawn. The altars scattered across the highlands may have been way stations for this journey, their stones holding the breath of the divine. Touch a terraced wall, its edges smoothed by time, and you might sense it, a longing to ascend, to merge with the eternal. Could their leaving have been a return to the cosmos, a step into the sacred? Another story weaves through the valleys. You are a Wari farmer, your hands dusted with quinoa resting by a stone waka. The shamans speak of a girl who saw omens in the wind's patterns, her visions guiding the harvest. One spring she foretold a shadow crossing the sun, a sign to seek a land where the Apis sang. She led a caravan, her voice clear, but the shadow passed, and the wind grew still. The caravan vanished, and her name faded. Was she a guide, or did the omens betray her? The waka stands its surface worn, but some say at dusk the wind carries a faint song too soft to follow. The mystery widens when you consider the Wari world. Their empire spanned from the coast to the highlands, their roads a web of connection rivaling the Incas. Their pottery, found as far as Bolivia, suggests a culture that spoke across vast distances, yet their script, if they had one, is lost. Some suggest a gradual dispersal as smaller centers rose in distant valleys. Others see a sudden break, perhaps a rebellion or a plague that left no trace. The effort to build such cities only to leave them is a riddle without form. What vision fueled their labor, and what stilled it? Rest here, your hand resting on a terraced stone, its surface cool from the mountain air. Feel its weight, its silence, its patterns carved by hands long gone. The Wari lived in a world of balance, earth and sky, stone and spirit, city and cosmos. Their departure, whether by choice or fate, offers you a gift, not answers but awe. Did they follow a condor, a star, a song? The Andes, vast and patient, hold no reply, only the whisper of the wind that might carry their secrets still. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers, where the Mycenaeans built palaces of gold and bronze. You stand on a rocky hill in the Peloponnese, where the golden light of dusk bathes the ancient stones of Mycenae. Before you, the Lion Gate looms, its twin beasts carved in limestone, their gazes fierce yet serene, as if guarding a truth older than the sea. The air carries the scent of wild thyme and salt, and a soft breeze hums through the olive groves below. This is the world of the Mycenaeans, who thrived along Greece's rugged shores from 1600 to 1100 BCE, their palaces aglow with gold and bronze, yet their voices faded, their citadels left to the silence of the hills. What shadow fell across their shining halls? What tales do the stones whisper, too faint for mortal ears? The Mycenaeans crafted a realm of splendor, their strongholds Mycenae, Tiryns, Pylos, crowning the rugged landscape. You can almost see their frescoed walls alive with dancers, hear the clink of bronze swords in bustling courtyards, and feel the weight of golden masks buried with their kings. They sailed the Aegean, trading amber and lapis with distant lands, their linear B script recording olive oil and wine. Their Tholos tombs, domed like beehives, cradled treasures that gleam even now. But by 1100 BCE, their palaces lay in ashes, their script forgotten, their people scattered. The mystery of their collapse is not one of ruin alone, but of a quiet retreat, as if they slipped into the twilight of the gods. Look through a scientific lens, and the Mycenaean enigma unfolds like a tapestry frayed at the edges. Scholars point to the Bronze Age collapse, a chaotic period around 1100 BCE, when civilizations across the eastern Mediterranean faltered. Could earthquakes known to shake the Peloponnese have toppled their walls as cracked stones at Tiryns suggest? Some propose drought, with pollen records hinting at arid years that starved their fields. Others suggest invasions, perhaps, the Sea People's elusive raiders mentioned in Egyptian texts, though no foreign weapons litter the ruins. Internal strife is another guess. Signs of fire at Mycenae could point to civil war or rebellion. Economic decline from disrupted trade routes or disease, leaving no trace, are further possibilities. Some argue they dispersed, blending with later Greeks, yet why abandon such fortified heights? The evidence is a puzzle, its pieces scattered by time. Now let your soul drift to the sacred currents that pulse through these lands. To the Mycenaeans, the gods walked among them, Zeus thundering from Olympus, Poseidon stirring the waves. Their shrines tucked into palace corners held offerings of honey and oil, their rituals binding earth to divine. Modern Greek folklore whispers that the Mycenaeans were tied to the chthonic spirits, dwellers of the underworld, their tombs portals to another realm. Did a divine oracle bid them leave their departure, a sacred exodus to appease the gods? Stand within the treasury of Atreus, its vast dome cool and dark, and you might feel it a stillness, as if the spirits linger, their will etched into the stone's embrace. A story hums through the hills, one carried by the rustle of olive leaves. You are a Mycenaean potter shaping clay by a flickering hearth. The priests speak of a vision, a great owl, sacred to Athena, soaring over the sea, to a land where the sun rose twice. The queen, her eyes alight, sent ships to follow their sails bright with crimson. Some sailed, leaving gold trinkets at the altars, others stayed guarding the gates. The owl never returned, and the ships vanished beyond the horizon. Did they find that double dawn, or did the sea claim them? The hearthstones lie cold now, but those who linger there swear the air shimmers as if the owl's wings still stir. Shift your gaze, and you are a child in Tiryns, hiding in a Cyclopean corridor listening to your mother, a weaver. She tells of the sea caller, a mystic, who could summon dolphins with a single note. One spring the harvests failed, and the caller sang of a shore where the fish never fled. She led a band to the coast, her voice a beacon, but the dolphins turned away and the shore grew dim. You followed clutching a clay figurine, but the path ended at the waves. Where did she lead them? That silent song the corridors echo, now their stones unyielding, but the sea's murmur carries a faint note too soft to trust. From another angle, the artifacts draw you near. You trace the edges of a golden cup, its bulls leaping in eternal chase. Archaeologists marvel at the Mycenaeans' wealth. Ivory faience, amber yet puzzle over their end. Burnt layers at Pylos suggest fire, but was it war or ritual? One theory posits over-reliance on trade. When distant partners fell, their economy crumbled. Another suggests social collapse, as elite hordes grew while common graves shrank. Some propose climate shifts with drier summers, straining olive groves. The linear B tablets detailing grain and cloth stop abruptly, their scribes silent. What fears or hopes drove them to leave such treasures? In a gentler light, the spiritual weight of these places settles over you. To the Mycenaeans, the earth was alive, its springs and groves sacred to nymphs and heroes. Their lion gates' roaring defiance may have been wards against the unseen, their gold masks a bridge to the afterlife. Some modern priests say the Mycenaeans left to join their gods, their palaces no longer needed, their souls rising with the dawn. The Tholos tombs, their entrances aligned with the solstice, may have been gates to eternity, their darkness a promise of rebirth. Touch a lion's weathered paw, its stone warm from the sun, and you might sense it, a pull toward the divine, a call to step beyond the mortal veil. Could their leaving have been a sacred return, a journey to the gods? Another tale weaves through the groves. You are a Mycenaean sailor, your hands rough from oars resting by the walls of Orchomenos. The elders speak of a girl who saw omens in the flight of cranes, her visions guiding the fleet. One autumn she foretold, a shadow crossing the moon, a sign to seek a land where the cranes nested year-round. She led a flotilla, her voice steady, but the shadow passed and the cranes vanished. The ships never returned and her name faded. Was she a guide or did the omens betray her? The walls stand their stones worn, but some say at dusk a crane's cry echoes too faint to follow. The mystery deepens when you consider the Mycenaean world. Their palaces from Mycenae to Thebes were hubs of art and power, their ships crossing the Aegean to Crete and Troy. Their script, linear B, recorded a bureaucracy of grain and bronze, yet it vanished with their fall. Some suggest a gradual decline, as smaller settlements rose in their place. Others see a sudden break, perhaps a series of quakes or raids that left no trace. The effort to build such citadels only to abandon them is a riddle without shape. What vision fueled their glory and what stilled it? Pause here, your fingers brushing the rough limestone of the Lion Gate. Feel its weight, its silence, its defiance carved by hands long gone. The Mycenaeans lived in a world of balance, gold and bronze earth, and divine palace and sea. Their fading, whether by choice or fate, offers you a gift, not answers but awe. Did they follow an owl, a dolphin, a crane? The olive groves swaying gently hold no reply, only a murmur that might carry their songs still. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk where the Guanches carved their lives on windswept isles. You stand on a cliff's edge on Tenerife, where the Atlantic stretches endless, its waves crashing in a timeless hymn. The wind weaves through your hair, carrying the scent of salt and gorse, and before you a jagged valley cradles the faint outlines of stone walls weathered by centuries. Overhead, a canopy of stars burns bright as if guiding hands long gone. This is the world of the Guanches, who thrived on the Canary Islands before the Spanish arrived in the 15th century, carving lives from volcanic rock and starlight. Their mummies hidden in caves sleep in silence, yet their story fades like sea foam. How did they reach these isolated shores? Why did their hearths grow cold? What truths does the ocean guard its depths unyielding? The Guanches lived in harmony with their windswept isles from Tenerife to Gran Canaria, their homes built of stone or tucked into lava tubes. You can almost hear the bleat of their goats, the rhythm of their wooden flutes, the chatter of markets trading fish and figs. They wove palm leaves into mats, crafted pottery with simple curves, and mummified their dead with care, wrapping them in goat hides and placing them in hidden grottos. Their language, a Berber-like tongue, sang of the sea and sky. But by the time Spanish conquerors landed in the 1400s, the Guanches were vanishing their culture, dissolving into the tides. The mystery of their origins and their fading is not one of conquest alone, but of a quiet drift, as if they sailed beyond the horizon's call. Peer through a scientific lens, and the Guanches' enigma unfolds like a map half-drawn. Archaeologists puzzle over their arrival. The Canary 60 miles off Africa's coast were isolated, yet the Guanches thrived there by the 1st century BCE. Were they Berber migrants, as DNA studies suggest, sailing from North Africa on rudimentary rafts, or did Phoenician or Roman traders strand them as ancient texts hint? Their decline sparks more questions. Spanish conquest, with its battles and diseases, decimated their numbers, but some sites show earlier abandonment. Could climate shifts like reduced rainfall have strained their crops? As sediment cores suggest, overgrazing by goats may have eroded the land, or internal feuds could have weakened their clans. Assimilation is another theory. Some Guanches blended with Spanish settlers, yet their distinct ways faded. How did they cross the sea, and why did their fires dim? The evidence is a whisper, not a song. Now let your heart turn to the spiritual currents that ripple through these isles. To the Guanches, the mountains were sacred home to deities like Aksum, the sky god, and Chachapoya, the mother of light. Their caves, where mummies rest, were portals to the afterlife, their entrances sealed with reverence. Modern Canarian folklore speaks of the Guanches as star keepers, their lives guided by celestial patterns. Did a divine vision call them away, their departure a journey to join the heavens? Stand in a cave's cool darkness, the air heavy with silence, and you might feel it, a gentle pulse, as if the spirits of the mummified watch, their gaze woven into dut. The starlight. A story drifts across the cliffs, one carried by the sigh of the trade winds. You are a Guanche herder, guiding your flock under a crescent moon. The elders speak of a vision, a great almagrote, a seabird soaring toward a land where the waves sang. The seer, her hands stained with ochre, urged the clan to build boats and follow promising shores of endless spring. Some sailed, leaving carved stones as offerings. Others stayed tending the caves. The bird vanished into the dawn, and the boats were never seen again. Did they find that singing shore, or did the ocean claim them? The cliff where the seer stood is silent now, but those who linger there swear the wind carries a faint cry, as if the almagrote still calls. Shift your perspective, and you are a child in La Gomera, hiding in a stone circle listening to your grandmother, a potter. She tells of the star shepherd, a figure who could summon the Pleiades with a whistle. One winter, the crops failed, and the shepherd whistled of an island where the stars never hid. He led a band to the coast, their boats small against the swell, but the Pleiades dimmed, and the sea grew wild. You clutched a clay bead watching them fade, but the island never appeared. Where did he lead them? That silent tune. The circle stands, its stones worn, but the night sky still sparkles as if holding his whistle's echo. From another angle, the artifacts beckon. You trace the smooth curve of a Guanche mummy's hide, wrapping its stitches tight with care. Archaeologists marvel at their mummification bodies preserved with resins, a skill akin to Egyptian rites, yet puzzle over their origins. Were they taught by ancient mariners, or did they learn from the island's plants? Their decline raises more riddles. Some sites, like the pyramids of Guimar, suggest a shift before Spanish arrival, perhaps population decline from resource strain. Others propose disease introduced by early explorers, though no graves confirm it. The stone walls built to corral goats stand empty, as if abandoned mid-task. What hopes or fears drove their final steps? In a softer light, the spiritual resonance of these isles wraps around you. To the Guanches, the sea was a mother, its waves a lullaby for the soul. Their mummies, placed facing the ocean, may have been sentinels guarding the living from the unseen. Some Canarian elders say the Guanches left to join Aksum, their caves no longer needed, their spirits rising with the tide. The pyramids aligned with the solstice may have been altars to the stars, their stones, a map of the divine. Touch a cave's rough wall, its surface cool, and you might sense it a longing to sail to merge with the infinite. Could their fading have been a sacred voyage, a step into the eternal? Another tale weaves through the dunes. You are a Guanche fisher, your net heavy with sardines resting by a coastal shrine. The shamans speak of a boy who saw omens in the sea's foam, his visions guiding the nets. One summer, he foretold a shadow crossing the sun, a sign to seek an isle where the fish danced. He led a flotilla, his voice clear, but the shadow passed, and the fish vanished. The boats never returned, and his name dissolved. Was he a guide, or did the foam mislead him? The shrine stands its stones salt-worn, but some say at dawn the foam swirls too faint to trust. The mystery widens when you consider the Guanche world. Their islands from Lanzarote to El Hierro were oases in the Atlantic, their culture distinct, yet tied to Berber roots. Their tools, obsidian blades, wooden staffs, were simple, yet their mummification was complex, suggesting a depth unrevealed. Some suggest they were multiple waves of settlers, each adding to the culture. Others see a sudden end, as Spanish encomiendas enslaved survivors. The effort to build such lives only to lose them is a puzzle without form. What vision sustained their isolation and what stilled it? Rest here, your fingers brushing a cave's entrance, its darkness deep and still. Feel its weight, its silence, its secrets bound by hands long gone. The Guanches lived in a world of balance, stone and sea starlight, and spirit island and infinite. Their fading, whether by choice or fate, offers you a gift. Not answers, but awe. Did they follow a bird, a star, a foam swirl the ocean? Vast and patient holds no reply, only a hum that might carry their story still. So we drift again toward what cannot be named, where the Nabateans carved their rose-red city in the desert's heart. You wander through a narrow canyon in Jordan the Sick, where rose-red cliffs tower above their surfaces, smoothed by eons of wind and whispers. The air is warm, scented with desert dust and myrrh, and as you step forward, Petra's treasury emerges, its carved facade glowing softly in the moonlight, a dream etched in stone. The silence is profound, broken only by the distant trill of a nightbird. This is the world of the Nabateans, who thrived from the 4th century BCE to the 2nd century CE. Their city, a jewel in the arid heart of the desert, yet their footsteps faded, their halls left to the sand's embrace. What truths lie locked within these stone-carved chambers? What call led them away, unanswered in the canyon's hush? The Nabateans wove a civilization of trade and ingenuity, their capital Petra, a crossroads of the ancient world. You can almost hear the clatter of camel caravans laden with frankincense, and silk winding through the sick. Their rock-hewn tombs and temples, like the monastery and the royal tombs, rise with elegance, their columns and pediments defying the desert's harshness. Their cisterns and channels carved to capture fleeting rains, turn sand into sustenance, nurturing gardens and baths. They worship Dushara, god of the mountains, and etch their lives in a script that dances across stone. But by the 4th century CE, Petra stood quiet. Its people dispersed, their legacy swallowed by the dunes. The mystery of their decline is not one of ruin, but of a gentle dissolution, as if they drifted with the wind's soft urging. Through a scientific gaze, the Nabatean enigma unfolds like a scroll of scattered signs. Archaeologists marvel at their water systems, yet puzzle over their fading. Could a shift in trade routes as Rome annexed the region in 106 CE have starved their economy? The Silk Road's decline and the rise of Palmyra may have diverted caravans, draining Petra's wealth. Some suggest environmental changes. Sediment studies hint at reduced rainfall, perhaps stressing their cisterns. Earthquakes frequent in the region could have damaged infrastructure, though Petra's facades stand intact. Social upheaval is another theory. Internal divisions or conflicts with neighbors like the Romans, but no battle scars mark the cliffs. Assimilation is possible as Nabatean names linger in later Arab tribes, yet why abandon such a masterful city? The evidence is a breath, not a beacon, offering no clear path. Now let your spirit sink into the sacred currents that flow through these canyons. To the Nabateans, the cliffs were divine, their gods dwelling in high places, their altars open to the sky. Bedouin traditions echoing ancient beliefs speak of the Nabateans as keepers of the desert's soul, their tombs portals to the stars. Their obelisks carved atop mountains may have been beacons for celestial rites, aligning with constellations. Did a sacred vision guide them away their departure, a pilgrimage to honor Dushara's will? Pause by a weathered altar, its stone warm beneath your fingers, and you might feel it a faint tremor, as if the gods still linger, their presence woven into the desert's breath. A tale hums through the Sikh, one carried by the flicker of torchlight. You are a Nabatean merchant, your robes dusted with sand resting by a cistern. The priests speak of a dream, a great ibex, its horns crowned with starlight, bounding toward a land where springs never failed. The oracle, her voice soft as dusk, urged the tribe to follow, promising eternal abundance. Some packed, leaving carved offerings in the tombs. Others stayed, tending the channels. The ibex vanished at the canyon's edge, and those who followed were lost to the sands. Did they find that flowing land, or did the desert claim them? The cistern lies dry now, but those who linger there swear the water ripples, as if the ibex's hooves still stir. Shift your view, and you are a child in Petra, hiding in a rock-hewn niche, listening to your father, a stone carver. He tells of the sand singer, a mystic, who could summon winds with a chant. One season, the caravan slowed, and the singer wove a song of a valley where the sands bloomed with spice. She led a band through the desert, her voice a guide, but the winds turned fierce, and the valley never appeared. You clutched a clay lamp, watching them fade, but the bloom never came. Where did she lead them, that fleeting melody? The niche remains its shadows deep, but the desert's hum carries a faint note too soft to trust. From another perspective, the artifacts call to you. You trace the delicate lines of a Nabatean coin, its profile sharp with a king's gaze. Archaeologists marvel at their architecture, temples carved into living rock, yet puzzle over their end. Some tombs show signs of reuse, hinting at a lingering presence, but by the 4th century they were empty. One theory posits over-reliance on trade. When roots shifted, Petra's heart faltered. Another suggests religious change as Christianity spread, perhaps drawing devotion from Dushara's altars. Some propose population decline from disease or emigration, though no graves confirm it. The channels built to defy drought lie silent as if abandoned mid-flow. What dreams or fears shape their final steps? In a gentler light, the spiritual resonance of Petra wraps around you. To the Nabateans, the desert was a sacred expanse, its silence a canvas for the divine. Their high places where sacrifices burned may have been bridges to the gods, their carvings a hymn to eternity. Some Bedouin elders say the Nabateans left to join the stars, their city a completed offering, their souls rising with the dawn. The treasury glowing under moonlight may have been a gate to the divine, its facade, a map of the heavens. Touch its smooth columns, their surface cool, and you might sense it, a longing to ascend, to merge with the infinite. Could their leaving have been a celestial vow, a step into the sacred? Another story weaves through the cliffs. You are a Nabatean potter, shaping clay by a flickering fire. The shamans speak of a girl who saw omens in the flight of hawks, her visions guiding the caravans. One spring she foretold a shadow crossing the stars, a sign to seek a land where the hawks nested forever. She led a procession, her voice clear, but the shadow passed and the hawks vanished. The procession never returned, and her name dissolved. Was she a guide, or did the omens betray her? The fire pit stands its ashes cold, but some say at twilight a hawk's cry echoes too faint to follow. The mystery widens when you consider the Nabatean world. Petra was a hub of commerce linking Arabia, Egypt, and Rome, its wealth carved into every facade. Their script, a precursor to Arabic, recorded trade and prayers, yet it faded with their city. Some suggest a gradual decline, as smaller settlements rose nearby. Others see a sudden break, perhaps a catastrophic quake, or a shift in power that left no trace. The effort to carve such wonders only to leave them is a riddle without edges. What vision fueled their city, and what stilled it? Rest here, your hand resting on a carved urn, its surface worn by centuries of wind. Feel its weight, its silence, its beauty shaped by hands long gone. The Nabateans lived in a world of balance, sand and stone trade and divine desert and dream. Their fading, whether by choice or fate, offers you a gift, not answers but awe. Did they follow an ibex, a wind, a hawk? The canyons vast and patient hold no reply, only an echo that might carry their secrets still. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers, where the Indus Valley wove cities of silent script. You sit by the banks of the Indus River at twilight, where the water glimmers like liquid amber reflecting a sky strewn with stars. Before you, the ruins of Mohenjo-Daro emerge from the earth, their baked brick walls tracing a grid as precise as a weaver's loom. The air is warm, scented with silt and tamarind, and a distant owl's call weaves through the stillness. This is the realm of the Indus Valley Civilization, flourishing from 2600 to 1900 BCE across what is now Pakistan and northwest India. Their cities a marvel of order and craft, yet their world dissolved, their script unreadable, their streets left to the river's sigh. Why did they forsake their harmonious cities? What truths do the currents carry veiled in their ceaseless flow? The Indus Valley people built a civilization of elegance, their cities, Huarpa, Mohenjo-Daro, Dholavira, laid out with streets, aligned to unseen stars. You can almost hear the hum of their markets, the splash of water in great baths, the clink of carnelian beads traded from distant lands. Their seals etched with unicorns and cryptic signs hint at stories never told, while their granaries and wells sustained thousands. They crafted toys for children, weights for trade, and pipes for sanitation, their lives woven into the river's rhythm. But by 1900 BCE, their cities emptied, their hearths cooled, their people scattered. The mystery of their decline is not one of destruction, but of a soft retreat, as if they followed a call beyond the water's edge. Through a scientific lens, the Indus Valley's enigma unfolds like a scroll of fleeting clues. Archaeologists point to climate change riverbed studies suggest the Sarasvati, a vital waterway dried up around 1900 BCE, perhaps starving their fields. Could monsoon shifts, traced in sediment cores, have brought drought or floods disrupting agriculture? Some propose overpopulation taxing the land's fragile balance, as eroded soils hint. Others suggest trade collapse. Indus beads vanish from Mesopotamian sites, signaling broken routes. Disease is another guess, though. No mass graves mark the earth. Social upheaval, perhaps from class divides glimpsed in varying home sizes, is a possibility, yet no signs of war scar the bricks. Some argue they migrated, blending with southern cultures, but why abandon such ordered cities? The evidence is a murmur, not a map. Now let your spirit drift to the sacred currents that pulse through these plains. To modern communities in the region, the Indus was a mother, its waters, a gift from deities like the river goddess Sarasvati. The Great Bath at Mohenjo-Daro, vast and serene, may have been a temple, its steps leading to purification. Local lore speaks of the Indus people as star weavers, their cities aligned with constellations, their seals, charms for divine favor. Did a celestial omen bid them leave their departure, a sacred journey to restore harmony? Stand by the bath's edge, its bricks cool under your touch, and you might feel it a gentle ripple, as if the goddess still lingers, her voice woven into the river's flow. A tale hums through the ruins, one carried by the flicker of oil lamps. You are an Indus Valley trader, your hands stained with indigo, resting by a granary. The priests speak of a dream, a great heron, its wings, brushing the stars, soaring toward a land where rivers joined. The seer, her eyes like polished onyx, urged the people to follow promising fields that bloomed forever. Some packed leaving seals as offerings. Others stayed tending the baths. The heron vanished beyond the horizon, and those who followed were lost to time. Did they find that joined river, or did the plains claim them? The granary stands its bricks worn, but those who linger there swear the air stirs, as if the heron's wings still glide. Shift your gaze and you are a child in Huarpa, hiding in a courtyard listening to your mother, a bead maker. She tells of the river dancer, a mystic who could summon rain with a twirl. One year the fields withered, and the dancer spun of a delta where the waters sang. She led a band south, her movements a guide, but the rains returned, and the delta never appeared. You clutched a terracotta toy watching them fade, but the song never came. Where did she lead them, that silent dance? The courtyard lies quiet now, its bricks cracked, but the river's murmur carries a faint rhythm too soft to trust. From another angle, the artifacts draw you closer. You trace the lines of an Indus seal, its unicorn sharp against the clay. Archaeologists marvel at their urban planning. Grids, drains, standardized bricks, yet puzzle over their script, undeciphered after centuries. Some sites show gradual decline with smaller homes replacing grand ones, hinting at economic strain. One theory posits environmental collapse. The shifting Indus may have flooded cities or left them dry. Another suggests social change as new burial styles emerge in later layers. Some propose external pressures, nomadic tribes, perhaps, though no weapons clutter the ruins. The seals often buried in caches suggest ritual, not abandonment. What hopes or fears shaped their final acts in a softer light, the spiritual resonance of these cities wraps around you. To the Indus people, the earth was a sacred weave, its rivers and stars threads of the divine. Their seals with animals and deities may have been talismans binding the living to the eternal. Some local sages say the Indus folk left to follow a cosmic cycle, their cities a completed prayer, their souls rising with the dawn. The Great Bath, its water once reflecting the heavens, may have been a mirror of the divine, its stillness, a promise of rebirth. Touch a brick's rough edge, its surface warm, and you might sense it, a longing to flow, to merge with the infinite. Could their leaving have been a sacred return, a step into the eternal? Another story weaves through the dust. You are an Indus Valley potter shaping clay by a flickering fire. The shamans speak of a boy who saw omens in the river's eddies, his visions guiding the harvest. One spring he foretold a shadow crossing the moon, a sign to seek a land where the rivers danced. He led a caravan, his voice clear, but the shadow passed and the rivers stilled. The caravan never returned and his name dissolved. Was he a guide, or did the eddies mislead him? The fire pit stands, its ashes cold, but some say at dusk the water swirls too faint to follow. The mystery widens when you consider the Indus world. Their cities spanned thousands of miles, from Lothal's docks to Rakhigarhi's mounds, their trade reaching Mesopotamia and Oman. Their script with its 400 signs recorded a language lost to time, its meaning, a locked door. Some suggest a gradual dispersal as smaller villages rose in the south. Others see a sudden break, perhaps a series of floods or a social rift that left no trace. The effort to build such cities only to leave them is a riddle without form. What vision fueled their order, and what stilled it? Pause here, your fingers brushing a seal's smooth surface, its unicorn faint but enduring. Feel its weight, its silence, its secrets shaped by hands long gone. The Indus Valley people lived in a world of balance, brick and river earth, and divine city and cosmos. Their fading, whether by choice or fate, offers you a gift, not answers but awe. Did they follow a heron, a dance, an eddy? The rivers vast and patient hold no reply, only a flow that might carry their whispers still. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk, where the Mississippians raised mounds to touch the sky. You rest atop a grassy mound in the Mississippi River Valley, where the evening sun bathes the earth in a soft amber glow. Below, the outlines of Cahokia's ancient plazas stretch like a forgotten quilt, their earthen pyramids rising gently against a sky streaked with violet. The air hums with the scent of sweetgrass and the distant murmur of a river wrapping you in a timeless calm. This is the world of the Mississippian culture, thriving from 800 to 1600 CE across America's heartland, their cities alive with ritual and trade. Yet their fires dimmed, their people scattered like seeds on a breeze. What drew them from these sacred heights? What secrets sleep beneath the mounds guarded by the silent grass? The Mississippians crafted a civilization of earth and ceremony, their settlements, Cahokia Moundville, Etowah pulsing along the rivers. From Illinois to Alabama, you can almost hear the chant of priests atop monks, mound the clatter of shell beads in bustling markets, the rhythm of hoes tending fields of maize. Their mounds shaped with care held temples, burials, and platforms for leaders, while their palisades guarded thriving communities. They traded copper and conch shells across vast distances, their art engraved gorgets, effigy pipes glimmering with sacred symbols. But by the 16th century, their cities stood empty, their rituals hushed, their legacy left to the land. The mystery of their dispersal is not one of collapse, but of a quiet fading as if they answered a call. Only the rivers knew. Through a scientific lens, the Mississippian enigma unravels like a threadbare tapestry. Archaeologists point to climate change tree rings from the 14th century, reveal a little ice age with cooler, drier years that may have withered crops. Could overfarming have depleted the fertile floodplains, as soil studies suggest erosion? Some propose disease introduced by early European explorers, though no mass graves confirm it. Social strife is another theory. Unequal wealth glimpsed in elite burials may have sparked division, yet no widespread violence marks the mounds. Environmental strain, like deforestation for firewood, could have weakened their cities. Others suggest migration, as Mississippian-like traits appear in later tribes like the Cherokee. But why abandon such sacred centers? The evidence is a shadow, not a guide, offering no clear truth. Now let your heart open to the spiritual currents that flow through these plains. To modern Native American communities like the Choctaw and Chickasaw, the mounds are ancestors, their slopes alive with the spirits of the past. The Mississippians revered the sun and the sacred fire, their platform mounds, reaching for celestial harmony. Local lore speaks of them as earth shapers, their rituals binding the land to the sky. Did a divine vision urge them onward? They're leaving a pilgrimage to renew the world's balance. Stand atop a mound, its grass soft beneath your feet, and you might feel it a gentle pulse as if the spirits still watch their breath woven into the twilight's hush. A story drifts through the valleys, one carried by the glow of firelight. You are a Mississippian potter, shaping clay by a riverbank. The elders speak of a dream, a great heron, its wings aglow with dawn, flying toward a land where the rivers joined. The seer, her hands dusted with ochre, urged the clan to follow promising fields that bloomed without end. Some gathered, leaving shell offerings on the mounds. Others stayed, tending the fires. The heron vanished beyond the horizon, and those who followed were lost to the dawn. Did they find that joined river, or did the plains claim them? The riverbank lies quiet now, but those who linger there swear the water shimmers, as if the heron's wings still glide. Shift your perspective, and you are a child in Moundville, hiding in a temple's shadow, listening to your father, a traitor. He tells of the Skykeeper, a mystic who could summon stars with a chant. One winter the harvest failed, and the keeper sang of a valley where the stars never faded. He led a band west, his voice a beacon, but the stars dimmed and the valley never appeared. You clutched a copper pendant watching them fade, but the light never returned. Where did he lead them? That silent song the temple stands. It's earth-worn, but the night sky carries a faint hum too soft to trust. From another angle the artifacts beckon. You trace the curves of a Mississippian gorget, its etched falcon sharp against the shell. Archaeologists marvel at their mound building, some like Cahokia's rivaling pyramids in scale, yet puzzle over their end. Some sites show gradual decline, with smaller mounds in later years, hinting at shrinking communities. One theory posits resource depletion, overhunting deer, or clearing forests may have strained the land. Another suggests social collapse, as elite power seen in lavish graves alienated the common folk. Some propose external pressures, nomadic tribes, perhaps though no weapons clutter the sites. The mounds, often left intact, suggest a deliberate farewell, not a rout. What hopes or fears shape their final steps? In a gentler light, the spiritual resonance of these mounds wraps around you. To the Mississippians, the earth was a living mother, its mounds her heartbeat, their rituals a dance with the divine. Their effigy pipes, shaped as birds and snakes, may have been vessels for sacred smoke, carrying prayers to the heavens. Some native elders say the Mississippians left to follow a cosmic cycle, their mounds a completed offering, their souls rising with the sun. The great monks mound its slopes aligned with the cardinal directions. May have been a map of the sacred, its summit, a gate to the stars. Touch its earthen slope, warm from the day, and you might sense it a longing to ascend, to merge with the eternal. Could their leaving have been a sacred journey, a step into the divine? Another tale weaves through the floodplains. You are a Mississippian farmer, your hands dusted with maize, resting by a palisade. The shamans speak of a girl who saw omens in the flight of geese, her visions guiding the planting. One spring, she foretold a shadow crossing the sun, a sign to seek a land where the geese flew year-round. She led a caravan, her voice clear, but the shadow passed and the geese vanished. The caravan never returned, and her name dissolved. Was she a guide, or did the omens betray her? The palisade stands, its logs decayed, but some say at dawn a goose's call echoes too faint to follow. The mystery widens when you consider the Mississippian world. Their cities from Spiro to Kincaid span the Midwest and Southeast, their trade networks carrying shells from the Gulf to the Great Lakes. Their art with its crosses and weeping eyes suggests a shared cosmology, yet their language is lost. Some suggest a gradual dispersal as smaller villages rose in their place. Others see a sudden break, perhaps a series of droughts, or a social rift that left no trace. The effort to build such mounds only to leave them is a riddle without edges. What vision fueled their labor, and what stilled it? Pause here, your fingers brushing the grass atop a mound, its surface soft and still. Feel its weight, its silence, its secrets shaped by hands long gone. The Mississippians lived in a world of balance, earth and sky ritual, and river mound and cosmos. Their fading, whether by choice or fate, offers you a gift, not answers but awe. Did they follow a heron, a star, a goose? The plains vast and patient hold no reply, only a breeze that might carry their whispers still. So we drift again toward what cannot be named, where the Elamites wove their kingdom in ancient sands. You stand on a sun-baked plain in ancient Iran where the horizon shimmers with heat and the crumbled ziggurat of Choga Zanbil looms like a memory half forgotten. The air is dry, scented with dust and faint traces of tamarisk, and a warm breeze stirs the sand, revealing a clay tablet etched with fading signs. This is the realm of the Elamites, who wove a kingdom of ambition and devotion from 2700 to 539 BCE, their cities rising along the rivers of Khuzestan. Yet their language dimmed, their walls turned to dust, their story lost to the desert's sigh. What truths did they inscribe on their tablets? What call led them from their sacred heights unanswered in the heat's soft haze? The Elamites built a civilization of clay and reverenced their cities, Susa, Anshan, Duruntash, glimmering in the shadow of the Zagros Mountains. You can almost hear the scratch of styluses on tablets, the clink of bronze in bustling forges, the murmur of priests atop stepped ziggurats. They traded lapis lazuli with Mesopotamia, wove linen dyed with saffron, and carved reliefs of kings and gods in cliffside rock. Their script, a blend of cuneiform and unique signs, recorded laws and offerings, while their temples honored deities like Inshushinak, guardian of the underworld. But by the 6th century BCE, their cities lay quiet, their voices stilled, their legacy scattered like grains of sand. The mystery of their fading is not one of conquest alone, but of a gentle retreat, as if they stepped into the desert's embrace. Gaze through a scientific lens, and the Elamite enigma unravels like a scroll worn thin. Archaeologists note their decline coincides with the rise of the Achaemenid Persians, who absorbed Elam into their empire around 539 BCE. Could assimilation have erased their distinct culture, as Elamite names fade from later records? Some suggest environmental strain sediment studies hint at river shifts, perhaps drying fields or flooding Susa's plains. Others propose internal strife. Royal feuds glimpsed in fragmented texts may have weakened their rule, though no battle scars mark the ruins. Economic collapse is another theory, as Mesopotamian trade routes shifted, starving their markets. Disease could have thinned their numbers, yet no graves confirm it. Some argue for migration, as Elamite-like artifacts appear in eastern Iran, but why abandon such sacred cities? The evidence is a flicker, not a flame, offering no clear path. Now let your soul drift to the spiritual currents that hum through these sands. To the Elamites, the earth was a sacred vessel, its rivers and mountains alive with gods. Their ziggurats, like Choga Zanbil's tiered heights, were stairways to the divine, their altars kissed by starlight. Modern Zoroastrian and local traditions echo this whispering of the Elamites, as keepers of the eternal flame, their rituals binding the mortal to the infinite. Did a divine omen guide them away? their departure a pilgrimage to join in Shushanak's realm, pause by a ziggurat's base, its bricks warm beneath your hand, and you might feel it a soft vibration, as if the gods still linger their will etched into the desert's breath. A story drifts through the ruins, one carried by the rustle of palm fronds. You are an Elamite scribe, your reed stylus poised over clay, resting by a temple's shadow. The priests speak of a vision, a great gazelle, its eyes like polished agate bounding toward a land where the rivers sang. The oracle, her robe heavy with beads, urged the people to follow, promising springs that never failed. Some gathered, leaving tablets half-written. Others stayed tending the altars. The gazelle vanished beyond the dunes, and those who followed were lost to the heat. Did they find that singing land, or did the sands claim them? The temple stands, its bricks crumbling, but those who linger there swear the air stirs as if the gazelle's hooves still tread. Shift your perspective, and you are a child in Susa, hiding in a courtyard, listening to your mother, a weaver. She tells of the flamekeeper, a mystic, who could summon fire with a whisper. One spring the crops withered, and the keeper spoke of a plain where the flames never died. He led a band east, his voice a guide, but the fire dimmed, and the plain never appeared. You clutched a clay figurine, watching them fade, but the light never returned. Where did he lead them? That silent spark? The courtyard lies empty now, its bricks cracked, but the desert's hush carries a faint crackle, too soft to trust. From another angle, the artifacts draw you near. You trace the lines of an Elamite relief, its king sharp against the stone. Archaeologists marvel at their craft, bronze statues, intricate seals, yet puzzle over their end. Some sites show signs of fire but not destruction, as if hearths were ritually quenched. One theory posits over-reliance on trade. When Mesopotamian partners fell, their economy faltered. Another suggests environmental collapse shifting. Rivers may have flooded fields or left them dry. Some propose social change as new ideologies spread with the Persians. The tablets, rich with contracts and prayers, stop abruptly, their scribes silent. What dreams or fears shape their final marks in a gentler light? The spiritual resonance of these places wraps around you. To the Elamites, the desert was a sacred expanse, its silence a canvas for the divine. Their ziggurats aligned with the stars may have been bridges to the gods, their carvings a hymn to eternity. Some local elders say the Elamites left to join the eternal flame. Their cities a completed offering, their souls rising with the dawn. The reliefs with their gods and kings may have been markers of this vow, their faces turned to the infinite. Touch a tablet's smooth clay, its surface cool, and you might sense it, a longing to ascend, to merge with the divine. Could their leaving have been a celestial journey, a step into the sacred? Another tale weaves through the dunes. You are an Elamite potter shaping clay by a flickering lamp. The shamans speak of a girl who saw omens in the flight of swallows, her visions guiding the harvest. One summer, she foretold a shadow crossing the stars, a sign to seek a land where the swallows nested forever. She led a caravan, her voice clear, but the shadow passed and the swallows vanished. The caravan never returned, and her name dissolved. Was she a guide, or did the omens betray her? The lampstand lies buried now, but some say at twilight a swallow's call echoes too faint to follow. The mystery widens when you consider the Elamite world. Their kingdom stretched from the Persian Gulf to the Zagros, their influence rivaling Sumer and Akkad. Their language, neither Semitic nor Indo-European, sang of gods and kings, yet it faded with their cities. Some suggest a gradual assimilation as Persian culture subsumed their own. Others see a sudden break, perhaps a series of floods, or a royal collapse that left no trace. The effort to build such ziggurats only to leave them is a riddle without edges. What vision fueled their ambition and what stilled it? Pause here, your fingers brushing a tablet's fragile edge, its signs faint but enduring. Feel its weight, its silence, its secrets shaped by hands long gone. The Elamites lived in a world of balance, clay and bronze earth, and divine city and desert. Their fading, whether by choice or fate, offers you a gift. Not answers, but awe. Did they follow a gazelle, a flame, a swallow? The desert vast and patient holds no reply, only a whisper that might carry their truth still. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk, where the Nok sculpted figures with eyes of knowing. You kneel in a sun-dappled clearing in Nigeria's savannah, where the earth breathes warmth and the faint scent of baobab blossoms lingers. Before you, a terracotta figure emerges from the soil, its wide eyes gazing with an ancient knowing, its lips curved in a silent riddle. The grasses sway gently, their rustle blending with the hum of unseen wings. This is the world of the Nok, who flourished from 1000 BCE to 300 CE in the Jos Plateau, crafting figures that seem to hold the secrets of the stars, yet their fires dimmed, their villages vanished, leaving only these clay watchers to guard the silence. Why did their light fade? What truths do the savannah's whispers conceal? Soft as a forgotten lullaby, the Nok sculpted a civilization from the rich red earth, their settlements scattered across Nigeria's central highlands. You can almost hear the rhythm of their iron forges, the laughter of children chasing millet harvests, the chants of rituals under acacia trees. Their terracotta figures, human, animal, enigmatic, stand tall, some as large as you, their intricate hairstyles and jewelry etched with care. They smelted iron, a craft rare for their time, and farmed sorghum in fields that bloomed with the rains. But by 300 CE, their hearths grew cold, their figures buried, their people gone. The mystery of their disappearance is not one of ruin, but of a quiet retreat, as if they stepped into the shadow of the savannah's embrace. Through a scientific lens, the Nok's enigma unfolds like a tapestry of scattered threads. Archaeologists puzzle over their decline, noting the abrupt end of terracotta production. Could climate change have played a role? Pollen records suggest shifting rainfall patterns, perhaps drying their fields or flooding their villages. Overfarming may have exhausted the soil, as eroded layers hint at depletion. Some propose disease carried along early trade routes, though no mass graves mark the earth. Social upheaval is another theory. Perhaps internal conflicts, though no weapons scar the sites. External pressures like nomadic incursions are possible, yet the Nok's iron tools suggest strength. Some argue they dispersed, blending with later cultures like the Yoruba, but why abandon such artistry? The evidence is a murmur, faint and elusive. Now let your spirit drift to the sacred currents that pulse through these plains. To modern communities like the Hausa or Igbo, the land is alive, its spirits dwelling in trees and rivers. The Nok's terracotta figures with their piercing eyes may have been guardians, vessels for ancestors or deities like Ogun, the Iron God. Local lore speaks of the Nok as earth singers, their rituals tying the living to the divine. Did a sacred vision call them away, their departure? A journey to join the spirits of the soil. Stand before a terracotta figure, its clay warm under your touch, and you might feel it, a gentle thrum, as if the ancestors still watch their gaze. Woven into the savannah's breath, a story hums through the grasses, one carried by the glow of a crescent moon. You are a Nok potter shaping clay by a flickering fire. The elders speak of a dream, a great hornbill, its wings dusted with starlight, soaring toward a land where the earth sang. The seer, her hands stained with ochre, urged the clan to follow promising fields that bloomed forever. Some packed, leaving figures half-fired. Others stayed tending the forges. The hornbill vanished beyond the horizon, and those who followed were lost to the night. Did they find that singing land, or did the savannah claim them? The fire pit lies buried now, but those who linger there swear the air stirs as if the hornbill's wings still glide. Shift your gaze, and you are a child in a Nok village, hiding in a millet field, listening to your grandmother, a healer. She tells of the earth whisperer, a mystic who could summon rain with a song. One season the skies grew dry, and the whisperer sang of a valley where the rains never ceased. She led a band north, her voice a guide, but the clouds parted, and the valley never appeared. You clutched a clay bead, watching them fade, but the rain never came. Where did she lead them, that silent melody? The field lies fallow now, its earth cracked, but the wind carries a faint note too soft to trust. From another angle, the artifacts draw you closer. You trace the curves of a terracotta head, its eyes wide with knowing. Archaeologists marvel at the Nok's craft figures, so detailed they rival later African art, yet puzzle over their end. Some sites show signs of abandonment, with kilns left cold, suggesting a sudden break. One theory posits environmental collapse shifting rivers may have disrupted agriculture. Another suggests trade disruption as Nok iron and beads vanish from regional networks. Some propose social change as new rituals or leaders emerged, altering their ways. The figures often broken and buried hint at ritual, not destruction. What hopes or fears shaped their final acts? In a softer light, the spiritual resonance of these plains wraps around you. To the Nok, the earth was a sacred mother, its clay a medium for the divine. Their figures, with their expressive faces, may have been altars channeling spirits or ancestors. Some local elders say the Nok left to follow a cosmic rhythm, their villages a completed prayer, their souls rising with the dawn. The terracotta heads, buried in sacred caches, may have been offerings to the land, their eyes, a bridge to eternity. Touch a figure's smooth surface, its clay cool, and you might sense it a longing to ascend, to merge with the infinite. Could their leaving have been a sacred journey, a step into the divine? Another tale weaves through the savannah. You are a Nok ironworker, your hands blackened from the forge, resting by a sacred grove. The shamans speak of a boy who saw omens in the flight of egrets, his visions guiding the harvest. One spring he foretold a shadow crossing the moon, a sign to seek a land where the egrets danced. He led a caravan, his voice clear, but the shadow passed and the egrets vanished. The caravan never returned, and his name dissolved. Was he a guide, or did the omens betray him? The grove stands, its trees sparse, but some say at dusk an egret's call echoes too faint to follow. The mystery widens when you consider the Nok world. Their villages from Kagara to Taruga spanned Nigeria's central plateau, their iron technology a beacon in sub-Saharan Africa. Their figures found in fields and riverbeds suggest a shared cosmology, yet their language is lost. Some suggest a gradual dispersal, as Nok traits appear in later cultures. Others see a sudden break, perhaps a series of droughts or a social rift that left no trace. The effort to craft such figures only to bury them is a riddle without edges. What vision fueled their artistry, and what stilled it? Pause here, your fingers brushing a terracotta's weathered cheek, its gaze steady and ancient. Feel its weight, its silence, its secrets shaped by hands long gone. The Nok lived in a world of balance, clay, and iron earth, and divine village and cosmos. Their fading, whether by choice or fate, offers you a gift, not answers but awe. Did they follow a hornbill, a song, an egret, the savannah? Vast and patient holds no reply, only a hum that might carry their stories still. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers, where the Minoans danced with bulls on sunlit shores. You linger on a Cretan shore at dawn where the Aegean's waves kiss the sand with a rhythm soft as a lullaby. Before you, the ruins of Knossos glow faintly, their frescoed walls adorned with leaping dolphins and spiraling lilies, bathed in the first light of a sun rising over olive-clad hills. The air carries the scent of salt and wild oregano, and a gentle breeze hums through the ancient stones. This is the world of the Minoans who flourished on Crete from 2700 to 1450 BCE. Their palaces a dance of art and ritual, yet their songs faded, their halls crumbled, their script left unspoken. Was it the sea's wrath, or a deeper enigma that stilled their voices? What truths do the waves conceal, lapping gently at the shore? The Minoans wove a civilization of beauty and balanced their palaces, Knossos, Phaistos, Malia, alive with vibrant frescoes and labyrinthine halls. You can almost hear the laughter of dancers, the clatter of clay tablets in bustling scriptoria, the splash of oars as their ships sailed to Egypt and Anatolia. They crafted jewelry of gold and faience, traded saffron and wine, and built without walls, as if trusting the sea's embrace. Their linear A script etched on tablets remains a riddle, its words locked beyond our reach. But by 1450 BCE, their centers lay in ruins, their people scattered, their legacy entrusted to the tides. The mystery of their fall is not one of conquest alone, but of a quiet withdrawal, as if they sailed into the horizon's dream. Through a scientific lens, the Minoan enigma unfurls like a scroll of veiled clues. Archaeologists point to the Thera eruption, a cataclysmic volcanic event around 1000 600 BCE, which buried nearby Akrotiri in ash and sent tsunamis crashing against Crete's shores. Could its aftershocks, flooded fields, poisoned air, have weakened their cities? Some suggest earthquakes common in the region shattered Knossos and Phaistos, as cracked stones attest. Others propose invasion. Mycenaean Greeks, with their linear B script, rose as Minoan power waned, perhaps overtaking Crete. Environmental strain like deforested hills or overfarmed soils is another theory, though fertile valleys argue against it. Social upheaval could have frayed their society. Elite hordes contrast with simple graves, or perhaps disease swept through, leaving no trace. Assimilation is possible, as Minoan traits linger in Mycenaean art, but why abandon such vibrant halls? The evidence is a flicker, not a flame. Now let your heart drift to the spiritual currents that pulse through these shores. To the Minoans, the sea was a goddess, her waves a hymn to the Divine Mother. Their frescoes with bulls and priestesses suggest rituals of renewal, perhaps honoring a deity of earth and sky. Modern Cretan folklore whispers of the Minoans as star dancers, their palaces aligned with solstices, their dances weaving mortal and divine. Did a sacred prophecy call them away, their departure, a journey to join the goddess's embrace? Stand in Knossos' courtyard, its stones cool beneath your feet, and you might feel it a soft pulse, as if the divine still lingers her presence, woven into the sea's breath. A tale hums through the ruins, one carried by the glow of oil lamps. You are a Minoan potter shaping clay beneath a cypress tree. The priestesses speak of a vision, a great dolphin, its fins kissed by moonlight, leaping toward a shore where the waves sang forever. The oracle, her eyes like polished lapis, urged the people to sail, promising lands of endless bloom. Some boarded ships leaving frescoed offerings. Others stayed tending the altars. The dolphin vanished beyond the tide, and those who sailed were lost to the sea. Did they find that singing shore, or did the waves claim them? The cypress stands its branches swaying, but those who linger there swear the air shivers, as if the dolphin's fins still glide. Shift your gaze, and you are a child in Phaistos, hiding in a storage room, listening to your father, a sailor. He tells of the wave singer, a mystic who could summon tides with a chant. One spring the harvests failed, and the singer wove a song of an island where the seas bloomed with fish. She led a flotilla west, her voice a guide, but the tides turned wild and the island never appeared. You clutched a clay bowl watching them fade, but the bloom never came. Where did she lead them? That silent melody, the room lies empty now, its jars cracked, but the sea's murmur carries a faint note too soft to trust. From another angle, the artifacts draw you near. You trace the curves of a Minoan rhyton, its bull's head sharp against the clay. Archaeologists marvel at their art frescoes of leaping acrobats, intricate seals yet puzzle over their end. Some palaces show burn marks, but not all suggesting fire without war. One theory posits environmental collapse ash from Thera may have choked crops for years. Another suggests social strife as elite wealth grew while common homes shrank. Some propose Mycenaean conquest, though no mass graves confirm it. The linear A tablets, rich with symbols, remain undeciphered, their secrets locked. The palaces left in ruin suggest a deliberate farewell, not a rout. What hopes or fears shaped their final steps? In a gentler light, the spiritual resonance of Crete wraps around you. To the Minoans, the earth was a living canvas, its caves and peaks sacred to the goddess. Their bull dances depicted in frescoes may have been rites of rebirth, their leaps a bridge to the divine. Some local elders say the Minoans left to follow a cosmic cycle, their palaces, a completed prayer, their souls rising with the dawn. The throne room at Knossos, with its griffin-guarded seat, may have been a portal to the sacred, its stillness a promise of eternity. Touch a fresco's faded colors, its surface warm, and you might sense it, a longing to dance, to merge with the infinite. Could their leaving have been a sacred vow, a step into the divine? Another tale weaves through the olive groves. You are a Minoan trader, your hands stained with saffron resting by a coastal shrine. The shamans speak of a girl who saw omens in the flight of gulls, her visions guiding the ships. One summer, she foretold a shadow crossing the sun, a sign to seek a land where the gulls nested forever. She led a fleet, her voice clear, but the shadow passed and the gulls vanished. The fleet never returned, and her name dissolved. Was she a guide, or did the omens betray her? The shrine stands its stones salt-worn, but some say at dawn a gull's cry echoes too faint to follow. The mystery widens when you consider the Minoan world. Their thalassocracy spanned the Aegean, their ships linking Crete to Thera and Rhodes. Their art with its spirals and sea creatures suggests a culture in love with the ocean, yet their language is lost. Some suggest a gradual decline as Mycenaean influence grew. Others see a sudden break, perhaps a series of quakes or a tsunami's wrath that left no trace. The effort to build such palaces only to leave them is a riddle without edges. What vision fueled their splendor, and what stilled it? Pause here your fingers, brushing a fresco's faded dolphin, its colors faint but enduring. Feel its weight, its silence, its secrets shaped by hands long gone. The Minoans lived in a world of balance, sea and stone dance, and divine palace and cosmos. Their fading, whether by choice or fate, offers you a gift, not answers but awe. Did they follow a dolphin, a song, a gull? The waves vast and patient hold no reply, only a murmur that might carry their truth still. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers, where the Sogdians traded secrets along the Silk Road. You pause on a dusty trail in Central Asia, where the Taklamakan Desert's edge meets a sky ablaze with stars. Before you, the ruins of Panjikent glow faintly, their mud brick walls adorned with faded murals of dancers and merchants shimmering like embers in the dusk. The air carries the scent of sun-warmed sand and distant jasmine, and a soft wind hums as if tracing the paths of ancient caravans. This is the world of the Sogdians, who thrived along the Silk Road from the 4th to 8th centuries CE. Their cities, Samarkand, Bukhara, Panjikent, lanterns of trade and culture. Yet their light flickered out, their voices lost to the desert's sigh. What winds carried them away? What dreams linger in the trails fading beneath the endless stars? The Sogdians wove a civilization of connection, their settlements bridging east and west along the Silk Road's winding paths. You can almost hear the jingle of camel bells, the murmur of scribes penning letters in a curling script, the laughter of bazaars trading silk lapis and spices. Their murals, vibrant with gods and feasts, adorned homes and temples, while their irrigation channels turned arid lands into orchards. They spoke a language of Persian roots, worshipped a pantheon blending Zoroastrian and local deities, and carried goods from China to Byzantium. But by the 8th century, their cities dimmed, their script faded, their people scattered. The mystery of their decline is not one of ruin, but of a quiet dissolution, as if they followed a call only the desert heard. Through a scientific lens, the Sogdian enigma unfolds like a map of half-traced routes. Archaeologists note the timing of their decline aligns with the Arab conquests of Central Asia, around 751 CE, which brought Islam and new powers to the region. Could assimilation have blended their culture into others, as Sogdian names vanish from records? Some suggest environmental strain. Sediment studies hint at drier climates, perhaps taxing their canals and crops. Trade disruptions are another theory. The rise of maritime routes may have bypassed their land-based markets, draining wealth. Internal strife could have weakened their cities, though no widespread destruction marks the ruins. Disease carried along trade paths is possible, yet no graves confirm it. Some propose migration, as Sogdian-like artifacts appear in China and Persia. But why abandon such vibrant hubs? The evidence is a whisper, not a beacon. Now let your spirit drift to the sacred currents that pulse through these sands. To the Sogdians, the desert was a sacred expanse, its oases, portals to the divine. Their temples, adorned with images of Ahura Mazda and Anahita, honored fire and water, their rituals, weaving mortal and eternal. Modern Central Asian lore speaks of the Sogdians as star traders, their lives guided by celestial paths, their caravans blessed by the heavens. Did a divine vision urge them onward? Their departure, a pilgrimage to align with the cosmos. Stand before a mural's faded dancer, her colors soft under your touch, and you might feel it a gentle hum, as if the gods still linger, their gaze woven. into the night's embrace. A story drifts through the ruins, one carried by the flicker of a caravan's fire. You are a Sogdian merchant, your pack heavy with silk, resting by a crumbling stupa. The priests speak of a dream, a great falcon, its wings aglow with dawn, soaring toward a land where the oases never dried. The seer, her eyes like polished turquoise, urged the caravan to follow promising markets that bloomed forever. Some packed, leaving coins as offerings. Others stayed, tending the murals. The falcon vanished beyond the dunes, and those who followed were lost to the sands. Did they find that blooming land, or did the desert claim them? The stupa stands its bricks worn, but those who linger there swear the air stirs, as if the falcon's wings still glide. Shift your perspective, and you are a child in Samarkand, hiding in a bazaar's shade, listening to your mother, a weaver. She tells of the star-caller, a mystic, who could summon constellations with a chant. One winter the rains failed, and the caller sang of a valley where the stars shone day and night. He led a band east, his voice a guide, but the stars dimmed, and the valley never appeared. You clutched a woven charm, watching them fade, but the light never came. Where did he lead them? That silent song, the bazaar lies quiet now. Its stones cracked, but the night sky carries a faint hum, too soft to trust. From another angle, the artifacts draw you closer. You trace the lines of a Sogdian coin, its script sharp against the silver. Archaeologists marvel at their art murals of banquets, silver bowls with mythical beasts, yet puzzle over their end. Some sites show signs of fire but not destruction, as if hearths were ritually quenched. One theory posits trade collapse, as Tang China and the Abbasids rose. Sogdian roots may have faltered. Another suggests environmental strain, over-irrigation, could have salted the soil, starving crops. Some propose social change, as Islam spread altered rituals and allegiances. The murals often buried intact hint at reverence, not abandonment. What hopes or fears shaped their final acts? In a softer light, the spiritual resonance of these trails wraps around you. To the Sogdians, the Silk Road was a sacred journey, its paths a thread between earth and sky. Their temples, blending Zoroastrian flames with Buddhist stupas, may have been beacons for the divine, their art a prayer to eternity. Some local elders say the Sogdians left to follow a celestial cycle, their cities a completed offering, their souls rising with the dawn. The murals with their dancers and gods may have been maps of the sacred, their colors a bridge to the stars. Touch a faded painting, its surface warm, and you might sense it a longing to travel, to merge with the infinite. Could their leaving have been a sacred voyage, a step into the divine? Another tale weaves through the sands. You are a Sogdian, scribe your reed pen poised over parchment, resting by a canal. The shamans speak of a girl who saw omens in the flight of cranes, her visions guiding the caravans. One spring she foretold a shadow crossing the moon, a sign to seek a land where the cranes danced forever. She led a procession, her voice clear, but the shadow passed and the cranes vanished. The procession never returned, and her name dissolved. Was she a guide, or did the omens betray her? The canal lies dry now, but some say at dusk a crane's call echoes too faint to follow. The mystery widens when you consider the Sogdian world. Their cities linked China, Persia, and India, their script. Sogdian, a precursor to Uyghur, recording trade and faith. Their influence shaped Buddhist art and Persian poetry, yet their culture faded. Some suggest a gradual assimilation as Sogdian merchants blended with Tang or Arab societies. Others see a sudden break, perhaps a series of raids or a trade collapse that left no trace. The effort to build such vibrant hubs only to leave them is a riddle without edges. What vision fueled their journeys and what stilled them? Pause here, your fingers brushing a mural's faded dancer, her colors faint but enduring. Feel its weight, its silence, its secrets shaped by hands long gone. The Sogdians lived in a world of balance, silk and starlight trade, and divine city and desert. Their fading, whether by choice or fate, offers you a gift, not answers but awe. Did they follow a falcon, a song, a crane? The trails vast and patient, hold no reply, only a whisper that might carry their dreams still. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk, where the Muisca offered gold to sacred lakes. You stand on the misty shore of Lake Guatavita high in Colombia's Andes, where dawn's first light pierces the fog, casting golden flecks across the water's surface. The air is cool, scented with damp moss and the faint sweetness of orchids, and a soft ripple breaks the silence as if the lake itself breathes. Before you, the reeds sway, hinting at offerings long sunk beneath the waves. This is the world of the Muisca, who thrived from 800 to 1537 CE, their highland villages alive with rituals of gold and faith. Their legend birthed El Dorado, yet their truth lies deeper, veiled in mist. Why did their altars grow still? What secrets do the waters guard, shimmering with unspoken dreams? The Muisca wove a civilization of harmony in the Altiplano Cundiboya sense. Their settlements, Sogamoso, Tunjabakata, nestled among emerald valleys. You can almost hear the hum of their looms weaving cotton, the clink of gold ornaments in bustling markets, the chants of priests by sacred lakes. They crafted tunjos, golden figurines offered to the gods, and farmed maize and potatoes on terraced slopes. Their chiefs, coated in gold dust, sailed rafts to the center of Lake Guatavita, their offerings sinking into its depths, a ritual that sparked the myth of El Dorado. But by the Spanish conquest in 1537, their voices faded, their rituals silenced. The mystery of their decline is not one of conquest alone, but of a quiet dispersal, as if they slipped into the mist's embrace. Through a scientific lens, the Muisca's enigma unfolds like a tapestry of faint threads. Archaeologists note the Spanish arrival brought disease, smallpox, and influenza, decimating populations as colonial records suggest. Could these plagues have begun earlier, carried by traders weakening their society before conquest? Some propose environmental strain pollen studies hint at cooler climates, perhaps stressing crops in the high altitudes. Overpopulation is another theory, as dense settlements may have taxed the land's thin soils. Internal strife could have frayed their unity. Rival chiefdoms, documented by Spaniards, clashed often, yet no widespread destruction marks their sites. Assimilation is possible as Muisca descendants linger in modern Colombia, but why did their sacred rites fade? The evidence is a murmur, not a map, offering no certain path. Now let your spirit drift to the sacred currents that flow through these highlands. To the Muisca lakes like Guatavita were portals to the divine, their waters home to Chia, the moon goddess, and Sway, the sun god. Their gold offerings cast into the depths were prayers for balance, tying earth to sky. Modern Andean shamans whisper that the Muisca were star-bearers, their rituals guided by celestial cycles. Did a divine omen call them away, their departure a pilgrimage to join the god's embrace? Stand by the lake's edge, its surface cool under your touch, and you might feel it a gentle throb, as if the deities still linger, their presence woven into the mist's breath. A story drifts through the valleys, one carried by the flicker of torchlight. You are a Muisca weaver threading cotton by a sacred spring. The shamans speak of a vision, a great quetzal, its feathers aglow with dawn, soaring toward a land where the lakes never dimmed. The oracle, her eyes like polished emeralds, urged the clan to follow promising fields that bloomed forever. Some packed, leaving tunjos by the water, others stayed tending the altars. The quetzal vanished beyond the peaks, and those who followed were lost to the mist. Did they find that radiant land, or did the highlands claim them? The spring flows softly now, but those who linger there swear the air shivers as if the quetzal's wings still glide. Shift your perspective, and you are a child in Bacata, hiding in a temple's shade, listening to your father, a goldsmith. He tells of the lake whisperer, a mystic, who could summon rain with a chant. One season the fields withered, and the whisperer sang of a valley where the waters danced. He led a band south, his voice a guide, but the rains returned, and the valley never appeared. You clutched a golden tunjo, watching them fade, but the dance never came. Where did he lead them, that silent song? The temple lies quiet now, its thatch gone, but the lake's ripple carries a faint note too soft to trust. From another angle, the artifacts draw you closer. You trace the edges of a Muisca tunjo, its golden form sharp with a warrior's gaze. Archaeologists marvel at their craft. Gold ornaments, emerald beads, yet puzzle over their end. Some sites show signs of abandonment before Spanish arrival, hinting at earlier decline. One theory posits resource depletion, overfarming, or deforestation. may have strained the highlands. Another suggests social collapse as rival chiefdoms vied for power, weakening unity. Some propose climate shifts, with cooler temperatures reducing yields. The lakes still holding gold offerings suggest a deliberate farewell, not a rout. What hopes or fears shape their final acts in a softer light, the spiritual resonance of these highlands wraps around you. To the Muisca, the earth was a living mother, her lakes and mountains sacred to the gods. Their gold offered to the waters was a prayer for harmony, a bridge to the divine. Some local elders say the Muisca left to follow a cosmic cycle, their rituals a completed offering, their souls rising with the dawn. Lake Guatavita, its depths hiding tunjos, may have been a mirror of the heavens, its ripples a map to eternity. Touch a reed by the shore, its tip damp, and you might sense it a longing to ascend, to merge with the infinite. Could their leaving have been a sacred vow, a step into the divine? Another tale weaves through the mist. You are a Muisca farmer, your hands dusted with maize, resting by a sacred rock. The priests speak of a girl who saw omens in the flight of parrots, her visions guiding the planting. One spring she foretold a shadow crossing the sun, a sign to seek a land where the parrots danced forever. She led a caravan, her voice clear, but the shadow passed and the parrots vanished. The caravan never returned, and her name dissolved. Was she a guide, or did the omens betray her? The rock stands its surface worn, but some say at dawn a parrot's call echoes too faint to follow. The mystery widens when you consider the Muisca world. Their confederations span the Bogota savanna, their trade linking emeralds to coastal tribes. Their rituals with gold dust and lake offerings birthed the legend of El Dorado, yet their language Chibcha faded under Spanish rule. Some suggest a gradual assimilation as Muisca blended with colonial society. Others see a sudden break disease or conquest that left no trace. The effort to craft such offerings only to leave them is a riddle without edges. What vision fueled their devotion? And what stilled it? Pause here, your fingers brushing a lake's edge, its water cool and still. Feel its weight, its silence, its secrets shaped by hands long gone. The Muisca lived in a world of balance, gold and earth ritual, and divine lake and cosmos. Their fading, whether by choice or fate, offers you a gift, not answers but awe. Did they follow a quetzal, a song, a parrot, the waters vast and patient hold no reply, only a ripple that might carry their dreams still? So we drift again toward what cannot be named, where the Scythians rode like tempests across the steppes. You rest on a windswept hill in the vast Eurasian steppe, where the grasses ripple like an ocean under a sky heavy with twilight. Before you a kurgan rises its earthen dome, adorned with a single weathered stone, glinting with traces of gold. The air is crisp, scented with wild sage, and the faint musk of distant herds, and a soft hum rises from the earth, as if echoing ancient hoofbeats. This is the world of the Scythian nomads who rode like tempests across the grasslands from the 9th to 3rd centuries BCE, their lives woven into the rhythm of the steppe. Yet their camps grew still, their gold-adorned tombs left to silence. What spirits guided their wanderings? What truths do the grasses conceal swaying in their timeless dance? The Scythians crafted a life of motion and splendor, their tents dotting the plains from the Black Sea to Central Asia. You can almost hear the thunder of their horses, the clink of golden ornaments in bustling camps, the chants of shamans under starlit skies. Their tombs kurgans piled high with earth-cradled warriors with bows, horses, and intricate gold plaques shaped as stags and griffins. They traded furs and amber with Greeks and Persians, their art pulsing with animal motifs that seemed to leap from the metal. Their language, a branch of Iranian, sang of battles and spirits, but no written tales remain. By the 3rd century BCE, their hoofbeats faded, their legacy buried beneath the sod. The mystery of their dispersal is not one of defeat, but of a quiet vanishing, as if they rode beyond the horizon's call. Through a scientific lens, the Scythian enigma unfolds, like a trail half erased. Archaeologists note their decline aligns with the rise of new powers like the Sarmatians, who displaced them around 300 BCE. Could competition for grazing lands have driven them out, as shifting burial styles suggest? Some propose climate change. Pollen records hint at colder, drier centuries, perhaps thinning herds and straining camps. Others suggest disease carried along trade routes, though no mass graves mark the steppe. Internal strife is another theory. Tribal feuds glimpsed in varied grave goods may have fractured their unity. Overhunting of game like saiga antelope could have disrupted their nomadic life. Assimilation is possible as Scythian-like artifacts appear in later cultures, but why did their vibrant art fade? The evidence is a breeze, not a beacon offering no clear path. Now let your spirit drift to the sacred currents that pulse through these grasslands. To the Scythians, the steppe was a living mother, its winds carrying the voices of gods, like Tabidi, goddess of the hearth, and Papaios, lord of the sky. Their kurgans aligned with the stars may have been gateways to the afterlife, their gold offerings binding the living to the divine. Modern Kazakh and Mongol traditions echo this whispering of the Scythians as skyriders, their lives guided by celestial omens. Did a sacred vision urge them onward, their departure, a journey to join the eternal herd? Stand by a kurgan's edge, its earth warm beneath your hand, and you might feel it a faint tremor as if the spirits still gallop, their hooves woven into the wind's breath. A tale drifts through the steppe, one carried by the flicker of a camp's firelight. You are a Scythian archer, your bow strung tight, resting by a kurgan's shadow. The shamans speak of a dream, a great wolf, its eyes aglow with dawn, loping toward a land where the grasses never withered. The seer, her hair braided with beads, urged the tribe to follow promising pastures that bloomed forever. Some saddled horses, leaving gold plaques as offerings. Others stayed tending the tombs. The wolf vanished beyond the hills, and those who followed were lost to the dawn. Did they find that verdant land, or did the steppe claim them? The kurgan stands its earth worn, but those who linger there swear the air stirs as if the wolf's paws still tread. Shift your perspective, and you are a child in a Scythian camp, hiding in a felt tent, listening to your mother, a weaver. She tells of the skyrunner, a mystic who could summon winds with a chant. One winter, the herds thinned, and the runner sang of a plain where the horses never tired. He led a band north, his voice a guide, but the winds turned cold and the plain never appeared. You clutched a woven talisman, watching them fade, but the gallop never returned. Where did he lead them, that silent song? The tent site lies bare now, its grasses sparse, but the breeze carries a faint hum, too soft to trust. From another angle, the artifacts draw you closer. You trace the lines of a Scythian gold stag, its antlers sharp against the metal. Archaeologists marvel at their craft. Intricate tattoos preserved on frozen mummies and golden ornaments rivaling Greek art, yet puzzle over their end. Some kurgans show signs of looting, but not all suggesting a lingering presence. One theory posits environmental collapse, overgrazing may have depleted pastures, weakening herds. Another suggests trade disruption, as Persian and Greek markets shifted, starving their wealth. Some propose social change, as new tribal alliances rose, altering their ways. The tombs, often sealed with care, hint at reverence, not abandonment. What hopes or fears shaped their final rites? In a softer light, the spiritual resonance of these plains wraps around you. To the Scythians, the steppe was a sacred expanse, its horizons a canvas for the divine. Their burials with horses in gold may have been offerings to the sky gods, ensuring passage to the afterlife. Some local elders say the Scythians left to follow a celestial herd, their camps a completed prayer, their souls galloping with the dawn. The kurgans, their shapes echoing the stars, may have been maps of the sacred, their treasures a bridge to eternity. Touch a gold plaque's smooth edge, its surface cool, and you might sense it, a longing to ride, to merge with the infinite. Could their leaving have been a sacred journey, a step into the divine? Another tale weaves through the grasses. You are a Scythian herder, your hands rough from rains, resting by a sacred spring. The shamans speak of a girl who saw omens in the flight of eagles, her visions guiding the herds. One spring she foretold a shadow crossing the sun, a sign to seek a land where the eagles soared forever. She led a caravan, her voice clear, but the shadow passed and the eagles vanished. The caravan never returned, and her name dissolved. Was she a guide, or did the omens betray her? The spring flows faintly now, but some say at dusk, an eagle's cry echoes too faint to follow. The mystery widens when you consider the Scythian world. Their nomadic empire stretched from Ukraine to Mongolia, their horses carrying them across vast plains. Their art with its swirling beasts influenced Persia and China, yet their stories are unwritten. Some suggest a gradual assimilation as Scythian traits linger in Sarmatian and Alan cultures. Others see a sudden break, perhaps a series of raids or a climatic shift that left no trace. The effort to craft such tombs only to leave them is a riddle without edges. What vision fueled their wanderings and what stilled them? Pause here, your fingers brushing a Kurgan's weathered stone, its surface warm and still. Feel its weight, its silence, its secrets shaped by hands long gone. The Scythians lived in a world of balance horse and steppe gold and divine camp and cosmos. Their fating, whether by choice or fate, offers you a gift, not answers but awe. Did they follow a wolf, a song, an eagle? The grasslands vast and patient hold no reply, only a sway that just might carry their hoofbeats still. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers, where the Huarpa bloomed like desert flowers in ancient valleys. You sit in a quiet valley of Peru's Ayacucho region where the twilight casts a soft glow over crumbling adobe walls, their edges softened like petals fallen from an ancient bloom. The air is cool, scented with dry earth and the faint tang of quinoa fields, and a distant hum rises from the mountains, as if they murmur secrets to the stars. Before you, a shattered Huarpa pot lies half buried, its painted spirals curling like dreams etched in clay. This is the world of the Huarpa, who thrived from 200 BCE to 600 CE, their villages flowering in the arid highlands. Yet their hearths grew cold, their rituals faded, their people drifted away. What called them from their desert homes? What truths do the peaks hold, locked in their timeless vigil? The Huarpa crafted a life of resilience. Their settlements, Ñawinpuquio Chupas, Conchopata, nestled in the folds of the Andes. You can almost hear the rustle of woven reeds, the laughter of children chasing llamas, the soft chants of rituals under open skies. Their pottery, adorned with bold lines and animal motifs, tells of a people tied to the land, while their irrigation channels coaxed water from sparse streams to nurture maize and beans. They traded obsidian and textiles, their villages humming with quiet purpose. But by 600 CE, their sites stood empty, their ceramics scattered, their legacy lost to the dust. The mystery of their departure is not one of ruin, but of a gentle withering, as if they followed a whisper only the mountains heard. Through a scientific lens, the Huarpa's enigma unfolds, like a scroll of fading ink. Archaeologists note their decline aligns with the rise of the Wari, their successors who may have absorbed or displaced them. Could assimilation have blurred their culture, as Huarpa-like pottery appears in early Wari sites? Some suggest environmental strain, sediment cores hint at drier climates around 600 CE, perhaps starving their fields. Overfarming could have eroded the thin Andean soils, as worn terraces suggest. Others propose social upheaval, elite burials with fine ceramics, hint at growing, divides, yet no signs of conflict, scar the ruins. Disease carried along trade routes is another possibility, though. No graves confirm it. Migration is a theory, as Huarpa traits linger in distant valleys, but why abandon such vibrant villages? The evidence is a breath, not a guide, offering no certain path. Now let your soul drift to the sacred currents that flow through these highlands. To the Huarpa, the Andes were living spirits, their peaks and springs home to Apis deities of earth and sky. Their pottery, painted with jaguars and serpents, may have been offerings, vessels for sacred coca or chicha. Modern Quechua stories echo this, speaking of the Huarpa, as earth weavers, their rituals tying the living to the divine. Did a celestial vision call them away? Their departure, a pilgrimage to join the Apis' dance, paused by a broken pot, its clay warm beneath your fingers, and you might feel it a soft vibration, as if the spirits linger, their presence woven into the valley's hush. A tale drifts through the mountains, one carried by the flicker of a llama wool fire. You are a Huarpa farmer, your hands dusted with maize resting by a stone altar. The shamans speak of a dream, a great vicuña, its fleece aglow with dawn, bounding toward a valley where the streams never dried. The seer, her eyes like polished obsidian, urged the clan to follow promising fields that bloomed forever. Some packed leaving painted sherds as offerings. Others stayed tending the terraces. The vicuña vanished beyond the ridge, and those who followed were lost to the dawn. Did they find that verdant valley, or did the peaks claim them? The altar stands its stones worn, but those who linger there swear the air shivers, as if the vicunia's steps still echo. Shift your gaze, and you are a child in chupas, hiding in a courtyard shade listening to your mother, a potter. She tells of the sky weaver, a mystic, who could summon rain with a chant. One season the crops withered, and the weaver sang of a plain where the clouds never parted. She led a band west, her voice a guide, but the rains returned and the plain never appeared. You clutched a clay figurine watching them fade, but the clouds never stayed. Where did she lead them, that silent song? The courtyard lies empty now, its adobe cracked, but the breeze carries a faint hum too soft to trust. From another angle, the artifacts draw you closer. You trace the spirals of a Huarpa pot, its paint bold yet fading. Archaeologists marvel at their craft ceramics, with feline faces, irrigation systems rivaling later empires, yet puzzle over their end. Some sites show gradual decline with smaller homes in later layers, hinting at shrinking communities. One theory posits environmental collapse over irrigation may have salted the soil, starving crops. Another suggests social change as Wari influence grew, perhaps drawing Huarpa elites away. External pressures like nomadic raids are possible, though no weapons clutter the ruins. The pottery, often buried in caches, suggests ritual, not abandonment. What hopes or fears shape their final acts? In a gentler light, the spiritual resonance of these valleys wraps around you. To the Huarpa, the earth was a sacred loom, its rivers and peaks threads of the divine. Their ceramics, painted with sacred animals, may have been prayers binding the living to the apis. Some local elders say the Huarpa left to follow a cosmic cycle, their villages a completed offering, their souls rising with the dawn. The terraces climbing toward the sky may have been steps to the divine, their stones, a map of eternity. Touch a sherd's rough edge, its surface warm, and you might sense it a longing to ascend, to merge with the infinite. Could their leaving have been a sacred journey? A step into the divine? Another tale weaves through the highlands. You are a Huarpa weaver, threading reeds by a flickering torch. The priests speak of a boy who saw omens in the flight of hawks, his visions guiding the planting. One spring he foretold a shadow crossing the moon, a sign to seek a land where the hawks soared forever. He led a caravan, his voice clear, but the shadow passed, and the hawks vanished. The caravan never returned, and his name dissolved. Was he a guide, or did the omens betray him? The torch stand lies buried now, but some say at dusk a hawk's cry echoes too faint to follow. The mystery widens when you consider the Huarpa world. Their villages link the Andes valleys, their trade carrying obsidian and textiles to distant peoples. Their pottery with its bold designs influenced the Wari, yet their language is lost. Some suggest a gradual assimilation, as Huarpa traits blend into Wari culture. Others see a sudden break, perhaps a series of droughts or a social rift that left no trace. The effort to build such villages only to leave them is a riddle without edges. What vision fueled their bloom and what stilled it? Pause here, your fingers brushing a pot's faded spiral, its clay faint but enduring. Feel its weight, its silence, its secrets shaped by hands long gone. The Huarpa lived in a world of balanced earth and sky clay and divine village and cosmos. Their fading, whether by choice or fate, offers you a gift, not answers, but awe. Did they follow a vicuña, a song, a hawk? The mountains vast and patient hold no reply, only a whisper that might carry their dreams still. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk, where the kingdom of Aksum raised obelisks to the stars. You stand in Ethiopia's highlands, where the dawn's first light brushes the towering obelisks of Aksum, their granite surfaces glowing like sentinels of a forgotten age. The air is cool, scented with frankincense, and the faint dust of ancient trails, and a soft chant seems to rise from the earth, mingling with the rustle of acacia leaves. Before you, a fallen stele leans gently, its carvings of doors and windows reaching for the clouds. This is the realm of the kingdom of Aksum, flourishing from the 1st to 8th centuries CE, a beacon of trade and faith in the Horn of Africa. Yet its glory dimmed, its cities faded into legend. What veiled their radiant light? What secrets do the obelisks, guard piercing the silent heavens, the Aksumites wove a civilization of splendor their capital, Aksum, a crossroads of Red Sea trade. You can almost hear the clatter of caravans bearing ivory and gold, the murmur of priests in rock-hewn churches, the rhythm of chisels carving stelae taller than trees. They minted coins, stamped with crosses, built palaces with intricate stonework, and worshipped a pantheon that blended local deities with early Christianity. Their script Gez etched laws and prayers on stone, while their ports linked Rome, Persia, and India. But by the 8th century, their markets grew still, their obelisks untended, their people scattered. The mystery of their decline is not one of ruin, but of a quiet retreat, as if they followed a path only the stars could trace. Through a scientific lens, the Aksumite enigma unfolds like a parchment of half-seen signs. Archaeologists point to trade disruptions. The rise of Islamic powers in the 7th century may have shifted Red Sea routes, starving Aksum's wealth. Could environmental strain have played a role? Soil studies suggest overfarming eroded the fertile highlands, weakening agriculture. Climate change is another theory. Pollen records hint at drier centuries, perhaps drying wells and fields. Internal strife could have fractured their kingdom as rival factions vied for power, though no battle scars mark the ruins. Disease carried along trade paths is possible, yet no mass graves whisper of plague. Some suggest migration, as Aksumite traits linger in later Ethiopian cultures, but why abandon such sacred heights? The evidence is a shadow, not a guide. Now let your spirit sink into the sacred currents that flow through these highlands. To the Aksumites, the land was divine, its mountains and springs home to gods like Marum, and later the Christian god. Their obelisks, carved to mimic multi-storied towers, may have been ladders to the heavens, their bases, altars for offerings. Modern Ethiopian Orthodox traditions echo this, speaking of the Aksumites as star-bearers, their rituals tying earth to sky. Did a divine call urge them onward? Their departure a pilgrimage to join the celestial choir. Pause by a stele's base, its stone warm beneath your hand, and you might feel it a faint pulse, as if the divine still lingers, woven into the dawns. Breath. A story drifts through the highlands, one carried by the flicker of a church's candlelight. You are an Aksumite merchant, your pack heavy with myrrh resting by a granite obelisk. The priests speak of a vision, a great ibis, its wings aglow with starlight, soaring toward a land where the rivers flowed with light. The seer, her eyes like polished jet, urged the clan to follow promising fields that bloomed forever. Some packed, leaving coins as offerings, others stayed tending the churches. The ibis vanished beyond the peaks, and those who followed were lost to the dawn. Did they find that radiant land, or did the mountains claim them? The obelisk stands, its carvings worn, but those who linger there swear the air shivers as if the ibis's wings still glide. Shift your perspective, and you are a child in Aksum, hiding in a palace courtyard, listening to your mother, a weaver. She tells of the star herald, a mystic, who could summon constellations with a prayer. One winter the harvest failed, and the herald spoke of a valley where the stars never faded. He led a band south, his voice a guide, but the stars dimmed and the valley never appeared. You clutched a woven cross watching them fade, but the light never returned. Where did he lead them? That silent prayer. The courtyard lies empty now, its stones cracked, but the night sky carries a faint hum too soft to trust. From another angle, the artifacts draw you closer. You trace the lines of an Aksumite coin, its cross, sharp against the bronze. Archaeologists marvel at their craft. Stelae taller than houses, churches hewn from living rock, yet puzzle over their end. Some sites show gradual decline, with smaller settlements in later years, hinting at shrinking communities. One theory posits trade collapse. As Arab ports rose, Aksum's markets may have faltered. Another suggests environmental strain, overgrazing, or deforestation could have depleted the land. Some propose religious shifts, as Christianity deepened, perhaps altering old rituals. The obelisks often left standing suggest reverence, not abandonment. What hopes or fears shape their final acts? In a softer light, the spiritual resonance of Aksum wraps around you. To the Aksumites, the earth was a sacred canvas, its mountains a bridge to the divine. Their churches, like Lalabella's later rock-hewn marvels, may have been portals to eternity, their stelae prayers carved in stone. Some Ethiopian elders say the Aksumites left to follow a divine covenant, their kingdom, a completed offering, their souls rising with the dawn. The Ark of the Covenant, said to rest in Aksum's churches, may have been their heart, its presence, a promise of rebirth. Touch a steel's rough edge, its surface warm, and you might sense it a longing to ascend, to merge with the infinite. Could their leaving have been a sacred journey, a step into the divine? Another tale weaves through the highlands. You are an Aksumite scribe, your stylus poised over parchment resting by a sacred spring. The priests speak of a girl who saw omens in the flight of doves, her visions guiding the caravans. One spring she foretold a shadow crossing the moon, a sign to seek a land where the doves soared forever. She led a procession, her voice clear, but the shadow passed and the doves vanished. The procession never returned and her name dissolved. Was she a guide, or did the omens betray her? The spring flows faintly now, but some say at dusk a dove's call echoes too faint to follow. The mystery widens when you consider the Aksumite world. Their kingdom linked Africa, Arabia, and Rome, their coins circulating as far as India. Their Ge'ez script, still used in Ethiopian liturgy, recorded a faith that blended old gods with new. Some suggest a gradual dispersal, as Aksumite traits linger in later Abyssinian cultures. Others see a sudden break, perhaps a series of droughts or a trade collapse that left no trace. The effort to raise such obelisks only to leave them is a riddle without edges. What vision fueled their splendor, and what stilled it? Pause here, your fingers brushing a stele's weathered, carving its surface cool and still. Feel its weight, its silence, its secrets shaped by hands long gone. The Aksumites lived in a world of balance, stone and faith trade, and divine kingdom and cosmos. Their fading, whether by choice or fate, offers you a gift, not answers but awe. Did they follow an ibis, a prayer, a dove? The highlands vast and patient hold no reply, only a chant that might carry their truth still. So we drift again toward what cannot be named, where the Philistines forged their iron in Canaan's shadow. You wander along the sun-warmed sands of Canaan's coast, where the Mediterranean's waves sighed gently, their foam tracing patterns like forgotten runes. Before you, the ruins of Ashkelon emerge, their stone walls, half-buried, kissed by the salt of ages. The air hums with the scent of sea and wild fennel, and a distant gull's cry weaves through the stillness as if calling to a world long gone. This is the realm of the Philistines, who thrived from the 12th to 7th centuries, BCE. Their cities, Gaza, Ashdod, Ashkelon, a clash of iron and enigma on the edge of ancient Israel. Yet their altars cooled, their names blurred into shadow. What tide swept them away? What truths do the waves cradle, murmuring in their ceaseless dance? The Philistines forged a culture of strength and mystery, their 5 great cities, a pentapolis of trade and craft. You can almost hear the clang of iron forges, the chatter of markets trading pottery painted with swirling birds, the chants of priests in temples to Dagon, god of grain and sea. Their houses, built of mud brick and stone, bustled with life, while their ships sailed to Crete and Egypt carrying oil and wine. Their script, perhaps borrowed from neighbors, is lost, but their pottery, distinct with red and black designs, tells of a people vibrant and bold. By the 7th century BCE, their cities fell silent, their legacy fading into the sands. The mystery of their vanishing is not one of conquest alone, but of a quiet ebb, as if they sailed beyond the sea's horizon. Through a scientific lens, the Philistine enigma unfurls like a scroll of scattered signs. Archaeologists note their decline aligns with the Assyrian conquests of the 8th-7th centuries BCE, which razed cities like Ashkelon. Could these invasions have broken their spirit as burnt layers in excavations suggest? Some propose environmental strain sediment studies hint at drier climates, perhaps stressing their olive groves and fields. Others suggest trade disruptions. Egypt's waning power may have cut their maritime routes, starving markets. Internal strife is another theory. Differences in burial goods hint at social divides, yet no widespread conflict. Scars the ruins. Disease carried by traders could have thinned their numbers, though no mass graves mark the coast. Assimilation is possible as Philistine traits linger in later Canaanite cultures, but why did their distinct voice fade? The evidence is a ripple, not a wave. Now let your heart drift to the sacred currents, that pulse through these shores. To the Philistines, the sea was a divine mother, its depths home to Dagon and other gods who blessed their harvests and voyages. Their temples adorned with fish motifs were sanctuaries of balance, tying land to ocean. Modern Bedouin tales, echoing ancient beliefs, speak of the Philistines as tideweavers, their rituals guided by lunar cycles. Did a sacred omen call them away their departure, a pilgrimage to join the sea's eternal song? Stand by a crumbled altar, its stones, cool beneath your touch, and you might feel it a faint thrum, as if the gods still linger, their presence woven into the tide's breath. A story drifts through the dunes, one carried by the flicker of a coastal fire. You are a Philistine potter, shaping clay by a flickering hearth. The priests speak of a dream, a great albatross, its wings kissed by dawn, soaring toward a land where the seas bloomed with fish. The seer, her eyes like polished coral, urged the clan to sail, promising shores of endless plenty. Some boarded ships, leaving painted pots as offerings. Others stayed tending the temples. The albatross vanished beyond the waves, and those who sailed were lost to the dawn. Did they find that abundant land, or did the sea claim them? The hearth lies cold now, but those who linger there swear the air shivers, as if the albatross's wings still glide. Shift your gaze and you are a child in Gaza, hiding in a market's shade, listening to your mother, a weaver. She tells of the wave caller, a mystic, who could summon tides with a chant. One spring the harvests failed, and the caller sang of a coast where the waves never stilled. She led a band west, her voice a guide, but the tides turned calm, and the coast never appeared. You clutched a woven cord, watching them fade, but the waves never sang. Where did she lead them? That silent melody? The market lies empty now, its stones worn, but the sea's murmur carries a faint note too soft to trust. From another angle, the artifacts draw you closer. You trace the lines of a Philistine jug, its bird motif sharp against the clay. Archaeologists marvel at their craft. Iron tools, painted ceramics, yet puzzle over their end. Some sites show burn marks, but not all, suggesting selective destruction or ritual fire. One theory posits Assyrian domination. Their empire's iron grip may have crushed Philistine autonomy. Another suggests environmental collapse, over-farming or drought could have depleted the fertile coast. Some propose social change, as new religious practices, perhaps from Israel, altered their ways. The temples often left intact, hint at reverence, not abandonment. What hopes or fears shaped their final rites? In a gentler light, the spiritual resonance of these shores wraps around you. To the Philistines, the earth was a sacred weave, its fields and seas threads of the divine. Their altars, with offerings of fish and grain, may have been prayers for harmony, binding mortal to eternal. Some local elders say the Philistines left to follow a divine cycle, their cities a completed offering, their souls rising with the dawn. The temple foundations, aligned with coastal winds, may have been maps of the sacred, their stones a bridge to the gods. Touch a jug's smooth curve, its surface warm, and you might sense it, a longing to sail, to merge with the infinite. Could their leaving have been a sacred voyage, a step into the divine? Another tale weaves through the sands. You are a Philistine fisherman, your nets heavy with mackerel, resting by a seaside shrine. The shamans speak of a boy who saw omens in the flight of terns, his visions guiding the nets. One summer he foretold a shadow crossing the moon, a sign to seek a land where the terns danced forever. He led a flotilla, his voice clear, but the shadow passed and the terns vanished. The flotilla never returned, and his name dissolved. Was he a guide, or did the omens betray him? The shrine stands its stones, salt-worn, but some say at dawn a tern's cry echoes too faint to follow. The mystery widens when you consider the Philistine world. Their Pentapolis linked Canaan's coast to the Mediterranean, their trade reaching Cyprus and Egypt. Their pottery with its Aegean echoes suggests origins in distant lands, yet their language is lost. Some suggest gradual assimilation as Philistine traits blend into Judahite and Phoenician cultures. Others see a sudden break, perhaps a series of conquests, or a trade collapse that left no trace. The effort to forge such cities only to leave them is a riddle without edges. What vision fueled their fire and what stilled it? Pause here, your fingers brushing a pot's faded bird, its wings faint but enduring. Feel its weight, its silence, its secrets shaped by hands long gone. The Philistines lived in a world of balance, iron and clay, sea and divine city and cosmos. Their fading, whether by choice or fate, offers you a gift, not answers but awe. Did they follow an albatross, a song, a turn? The waves vast and patient hold no reply, only a murmur that might just might carry their truth still. So we drift again toward what cannot be named, where the Lycians carved tombs into coastal cliffs. You linger on a rocky promontory along Turkey's turquoise coast, where the Mediterranean's waves weave a gentle hymn, their foam catching the last light of a fading sun. Before you, a Lycian tomb rises from the cliff, its facade carved like a temple, its stone door gazing out to sea, as if awaiting a voyager's return. The air is warm, scented with pine and salt, and a soft breeze carries the faint cry of a distant shearwater weaving through the twilight. This is the world of the Lycians, who thrived from the 15th to 4th centuries BCE, their ports and cliffside tombs a dance of trade and reverence. Yet their voices stilled, their harbors grew quiet. What called them beyond the sea's horizon? What secrets do the tides murmur? Their song lost in the eternal swell. The Lycians crafted a civilization of maritime grace. Their cities, Xanthos, Patara, Myra, dotting the rugged coast of ancient Lycia. You can almost hear the creak of cedarwood ships, the chatter of markets trading amber and olives, the low chants of priests in sanctuaries carved into rock. Their tombs hewn into cliffs, or standing as sarcophagi, bore inscriptions in a script that blends Greek and mystery, while their federation of cities balanced independence with unity. They sailed to Cyprus and Egypt, their coins stamped with lions and gods. But by the 4th century BCE, under Persian and later Hellenistic rule, their distinct culture faded, their ports left to the waves. The mystery of their decline is not one of ruin, but of a quiet drift, as if they sailed into the sea's embrace. Through a scientific lens, the Lycian enigma unfolds like a chart of half-seen shores. Archaeologists note, their decline aligns with the rise of Persian control around 546 BCE, followed by Alexander's conquests. Could assimilation have blurred their identity as Greek and Persian influences grew? Some suggest environmental strain. Sediment studies hint at coastal siltation, perhaps clogging harbors like Petra. Over-reliance on trade is another theory. Disruptions in Mediterranean routes, as Rome rose, may have starved their markets. Internal strife could have weakened their federation, though no battle scars mark the tombs. Disease carried by sailors is possible, yet no mass graves whisper of plague. Some propose migration as Lycian-like artifacts appear in nearby regions, but why abandon such sacred cliffs? The evidence is a ripple, not a current offering, no clear course. Now let your heart drift to the sacred currents that pulse through these shores. To the Lycians, the sea was a divine mother, its depths home to gods like Leto, whose sanctuary at Xanthos drew pilgrims. Their tombs, carved to face the waves, may have been portals to the afterlife, their facades, prayers to eternity. Modern Turkish coastal traditions echo this, speaking of the Lycians as wave riders, their lives guided by lunar tides and starlit paths. Did a sacred omen call them away? Their departure, a voyage to join the gods' embrace. Stand by a tomb's carved lintel, its stone cool beneath your fingers, and you might feel it a faint hum, as if the divine still lingers woven into the tides. Soft breath. A story drifts through the cliffs, one carried by the glow of a coastal fire. You are a Lycian sailor, your hands rough from ropes resting by a harborside shrine. The priests speak of a vision, a great cormorant, its wings kissed by starlight, diving toward a sea where the waves sang forever. The seer, her eyes like polished turquoise, urged the clan to sail, promising shores of endless bounty. Some boarded ships, leaving carved coins as offerings. Others stayed tending the tombs. The cormorant vanished beyond the horizon, and those who sailed were lost to the dawn. Did they find that singing sea, or did the waves claim them? The shrine stands, its stones worn, but those who linger there swear the air shivers as if the cormorant's wings still glide. Shift your perspective and you are a child. In Myra, hiding in a market's shade, listening to your mother, a weaver. She tells of the tide singer, a mystic, who could summon currents with a chant. One spring the harvests failed, and the singer wove a song of a coast where the tides never stilled. She led a flotilla west, her voice a guide, but the currents calmed, and the coast never appeared. You clutched a woven charm, watching them fade, but the tides never sang. Where did she lead them, that silent melody? The market lies empty now, its stones cracked, but the sea's murmur carries a faint note too soft to trust. From another angle, the artifacts draw you closer. You trace the lines of a Lycian coin, its lion sharp against the silver. Archaeologists marvel at their craft. Rock-cut tombs, theaters carved into hills, yet puzzle over their end. Some sites show gradual decline, with smaller settlements in later years, hinting at shrinking communities. One theory posits trade collapse as Hellenistic powers rose. Lycian ports may have lost their edge. Another suggests environmental strain. Coastal erosion could have buried harbors, weakening trade. Some propose social change, as Greek culture reshaped their rituals. The tombs, often left intact, suggest reverence, not abandonment. What hopes or fears shaped their final acts? In a softer light, the spiritual resonance of these cliffs wraps around you. To the Lycians, the sea was a sacred expanse, its waves a hymn to the divine. Their tombs facing the horizon may have been gateways to eternity, their carvings, prayers for safe passage. Some local elders say the Lycians left to follow a cosmic tide, their cities a completed offering, their souls sailing with the dawn. The sanctuary, at Latun, its stones aligned with the stars, may have been a map of the sacred, its altars a bridge to the gods. Touch a tomb's weathered facade, its surface warm, and you might sense it, a longing to voyage, to merge with the infinite. Could their leaving have been a sacred journey, a step into the divine? Another tale weaves through the pines. You are a Lycian merchant, your pack heavy with olives resting by a cliffside altar. The shamans speak of a girl who saw omens in the flight of petrels, her visions guiding the ships. One summer she foretold a shadow crossing the moon, a sign to seek a land where the petrels danced forever. She led a fleet, her voice clear, but the shadow passed and the petrels vanished. The fleet never returned, and her name dissolved. Was she a guide, or did the omens betray her? The altar stands its stones, salt-worn, but some say at dusk, a petrel's cry echoes too faint to follow. The mystery widens when you consider the Lycian world. Their federation united dozens of cities, their ships linking the Mediterranean shores. Their script, a blend of Greek and local signs, recorded laws and offerings, yet it faded with their culture. Some suggest gradual assimilation, as Lycian traits blend into Hellenistic and Roman societies. Others see a sudden break, perhaps a series of quakes or a trade collapse that left no trace. The effort to carve such tombs only to leave them is a riddle without edges. What vision fueled their craft and what stilled it? Pause here, your fingers brushing a tomb's carved column, its surface cool and still. Feel its weight, its silence, its secrets shaped by hands long gone. The Lycians lived in a world of balance, sea and stone trade, and divine city and cosmos. Their fading, whether by choice or fate, offers you a gift, not answers, but awe. Did they follow a cormorant, a song, a petrel? The tides, vast and patient, hold no reply, only a murmur that might carry their truths still. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers, where the Etruscans painted tombs with joy in ancient Italy. You wander through a Tuscan hillside at dusk, where the fading sun bathes rolling vineyards in a golden haze. Before you, a stone tomb emerges from the earth, its entrance framed by ivy, its interior glowing with frescoes of dancers and feasts vivid as dreams. The air is soft-scented with grapevines and damp moss, and a faint hum rises from the soil, as if the hills themselves murmur secrets. This is the world of the Etruscans, who thrived in ancient Italy from the 8th to 3rd centuries BCE, their cities a symphony of art and ritual. Yet their language slipped away, their altars dimmed, their legacy left to the shadows. What truths did they carry to their graves? What secrets do the vineyards guard humming in their quiet sway? The Etruscans crafted a civilization of joy and stone, their cities. Tarquinia Cerveteri Veii nestled in the heart of Etruria. You can almost hear the laughter of banquets, the clink of bronze mirrors in bustling workshops, the chants of priests in temples to Tinya, god of the sky, their tombs carved like homes for the dead brim with frescoes of musicians and leaping deer, while their markets traded amber and ivory with Greece and Carthage. Their script, a blend of Greek and mystery-etched laws and prayers, yet remains only half-read. By the 3rd century BCE, under Roman dominance, their voices faded, their cities quiet. The mystery of their decline is not one of conquest alone, but of a gentle dissolution, as if they stepped into the twilight's embrace. Through a scientific lens, the Etruscan enigma unfurls like a parchment of fleeting glyphs. Archaeologists note their decline aligns with Rome's rise, absorbing Etruria by the 3rd century BCE. Could assimilation have blurred their culture as Etruscan names linger in Roman records? Some suggest environmental strain. Soil studies hint at over-farming, perhaps depleting the fertile hills. Trade disruptions are another theory. Greek and Punic competition may have weakened their markets. Internal strife could have fractured their city-states, though no widespread destruction scars. The tombs, disease carried along trade routes is possible, yet no mass graves mark the earth. Some propose migration, as Etruscan-like artifacts appear in northern Italy, but why abandon such vibrant centers? The evidence is a whisper, not a song. Now let your spirit drift to the sacred currents that pulse through these hills. To the Etruscans, the earth was a divine tapestry, its rivers and forests home to gods like Uni and Philistines. Their tombs painted with scenes of eternal feasts were portals to the afterlife, their frescoes prayers for joy beyond death. Modern Tuscan folklore echoes this, speaking of the Etruscans as dreamweavers, their rituals guided by omens in the sky. Did a sacred vision call them away? Their departure, a journey to join the divine banquet, paused by a tomb's fresco, its colors warm beneath your touch, and you might feel it a soft throb, as if the gods still linger, woven into the vineyard's breath. A story drifts through the hills, one carried by the flicker of a torch's glow. You are an Etruscan artisan shaping clay by a sacred grove. The priests speak of a vision, a great lark, its wings aglow with dawn, soaring toward a land where the harvests never failed. The seer, her eyes like polished amber, urged the clan to follow promising fields of endless bounty. Some packed, leaving bronze offerings in the tombs. Others stayed tending the altars. The lark vanished beyond the ridge, and those who followed were lost to the dawn. Did they find that bountiful land, or did the hills claim them? The grove stands its oaks sparse, but those who linger there swear the air shivers as if the lark's wings still glide. Shift your perspective, and you are a child in servitary, hiding in a tomb's cool shade, listening to your mother, a weaver. She tells of the sky dancer, a mystic, who could summon stars with a chant. One winter the crops withered, and the dancer sang of a valley where the stars never faded. She led a band north, her voice a guide, but the stars dimmed, and the valley never appeared. You clutched a woven cord watching them fade, but the light never returned. Where did she lead them, that silent song? The tomb lies quiet now. Its frescoes cracked, but the night sky carries a faint hum too soft to trust. From another angle, the artifacts draw you closer. You trace the lines of an Etruscan mirror, its bronze etched with a goddess's gaze. Archaeologists marvel at their art frescoes of banquets. Intricate jewelry yet puzzle over their end. Some tombs show signs of reuse, hinting at a lingering presence, but by the 3rd century they were empty. One theory posits Roman conquest. Their city-states fell one by one, weakening Etruscan identity. Another suggests environmental collapse, overgrazing, or deforestation may have depleted the land. Some propose social change, as Roman culture reshaped their rituals. The frescoes, often left intact, suggest reverence, not abandonment. What hopes or fears shape their final acts? In a softer light, the spiritual resonance of these hills wraps around you. To the Etruscans, the earth was a living canvas, its hills and springs threads of the divine. Their tombs, painted with joy, may have been gateways to eternity, their art a hymn to the afterlife. Some local elders say the Etruscans left to follow a divine cycle, their cities a completed offering, their souls rising with the dawn. The necropolis at Tarquinia, its chambers aligned with the stars, may have been a map of the sacred, its frescoes a bridge to the gods. Touch a painted deer, its colors faint, and you might sense it, a longing to dance, to merge with the infinite. Could their leaving have been a sacred journey, a step into the divine? Another tale weaves through the vineyards. You are an Etruscan trader, your pack heavy with wine resting by a sacred spring. The shamans speak of a boy who saw omens in the flight of owls, his visions guiding the harvests. One spring he foretold a shadow crossing the moon, a sign to seek a land where the owls soared forever. He led a caravan, his voice clear, but the shadow passed and the owls vanished. The caravan never returned, and his name dissolved. Was he a guide, or did the omens betray him? The spring flows faintly now, but some say at dusk an owl's call echoes too faint to follow. The mystery widens when you consider the Etruscan world. Their city-states from Chiusi to Vulci linked Italy's heart to the Mediterranean, their trade reaching Greece and Carthage. Their script, though partly deciphered, hides their stories, its language, a riddle. Some suggest gradual assimilation as Etruscan traits blend into Roman culture. Others see a sudden break, perhaps a series of conquests or a trade collapse that left no trace. The effort to paint such tombs only to leave them is a riddle without edges. What vision fueled their joy and what stilled it? Pause here, your fingers brushing a fresco's faded dancer, its colors soft but enduring. Feel its weight, its silence, its secrets shaped by hands, long gone. The Etruscans lived in a world of balance, stone and art, earth, and divine city and cosmos. Their fading, whether by choice or fate, offers you a gift, not answers but awe. Did they follow a lark, a song, an owl? The vineyards vast and patient hold no reply, only a hum that might carry their truth still. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk, where the Tasmola raised kurgans under starlit skies. You rest on a gentle rise in Kazakhstan's vast steppe, where the night sky unfurls like a velvet tapestry, its stars pulsing with an ancient rhythm. Before you, a Tasmola kurgan swells from the earth, its grassy dome cradling a single weathered stone, glinting faintly with traces of bronze. The air is crisp, scented with wild thyme and the distant musk of grazing herds, and a soft breeze carries a low hum, as if the plains themselves murmur tales of forgotten riders. This is the world of the Tasmola Culture nomads who roamed Central Asia from the 7th to 5th centuries BCE, their kurgans a testament to lives woven with the steppe's heartbeat. Yet their hoofbeats stilled, their paths faded into the grass. What visions guided their wanderings? What truths do the plains guard silent beneath the starlit veil? The Tasmola were masters of the steppe, their camps scattered across what is now central Kazakhstan, their lives a dance of mobility and craft. You can almost hear the jangle of horse bridles, the laughter of gatherings around felt tents, the soft chants of rituals under open skies. Their kurgans' earthen mounds, often ringed with stones, held warriors and horses adorned with bronze plaques and beads of turquoise. They herded sheep and cattle, traded amber with distant tribes, and crafted tools with a precision that rivaled settled peoples. Their beliefs glimpsed in burial goods honored the sky and earth, yet no written tales remain. By the 5th century BCE, their kurgans stood untended, their nomad hearts quiet. The mystery of their fading is not one of ruin, but of a gentle dispersal, as if they rode into the steppe's eternal dream. Through a scientific lens, the Tasmola enigma unfolds, like a trail of scattered hoofprints. Archaeologists note their decline aligns with the rise of neighboring tribes like the Saka, or early Huns, who may have displaced them. Could competition for grazing lands have driven them out, as shifting burial styles suggest? Some propose climate change pollen records, hint at drier centuries, perhaps thinning herds and straining camps. Overgrazing could have depleted the steppe's grasses, weakening their nomadic life. Others suggest trade disruptions, shifting routes to Persia or China, may have cut their access to goods. Disease carried along early Silk Road paths is possible, though no mass graves mark the plains. Assimilation is another theory, as Tasmola-like artifacts appear in later cultures, but why did their distinct kurgans cease? The evidence is a faint echo, not a clear call. Now let your spirit drift to the sacred currents that pulse through these grasslands. To the Tasmola, the steppe was a living mother, its winds and stars home to spirits of sky and earth. Their kurgans, often aligned with celestial patterns, may have been gateways to the afterlife, their bronze offerings, prayers for eternal journeys. Modern Kazakh traditions echo this, speaking of the Tasmola as skywalkers, their rituals guided by the Pleiades and Orion. Did a celestial vision call them away? Their departure, a pilgrimage to join the eternal herd. Pause by a Kurgan stone, its surface cool beneath your touch, and you might feel it a gentle throb, as if the spirits linger woven into the night's breath. A story drifts through the steppe, one carried by the glow of a camp's firelight. You are a Tasmola herder, your hands rough from rains resting by a Kurgan's edge. The shamans speak of a dream, a great mare, its mane aglow with dawn, galloping toward a land where the grasses never faded. The seer, her eyes like polished agate, urged the tribe to follow, promising pastures of endless bloom. Some saddled horses, leaving bronze pins as offerings. Others stayed tending the mounds. The mare vanished beyond the hills, and those who followed were lost to the dawn. Did they find that verdant land, or did the steppe claim them? The Kurgan stands its earth-worn, but those who linger there swear the air shivers, as if the mare's hooves still tread. Shift your perspective, and you are a child in a Tasmola camp, hiding in a tense shadow, listening to your mother, a beadmaker. She tells of the Star Rider, a mystic, who could summon constellations with a chant. One winter the herds thinned and the rider sang of a plain where the stars burned day and night. He led a band north, his voice, a guide, but the stars dimmed and the plain never appeared. You clutched a turquoise bead watching them fade, but the light never returned. Where did he lead them, that silent song? The tense site lies bare, now its grass is sparse, but the night sky carries a faint hum too soft to trust. From another angle the artifacts draw you closer. You trace the lines of a Tasmola bronze plaque, its deer sharp against the metal. Archaeologists marvel at their craft, intricate harnesses, bead necklaces, yet puzzle over their end. Some Kurgans show signs of looting, but not all suggesting a lingering presence. One theory posits environmental collapse, overgrazing may have depleted pastures, weakening herds. Another suggests trade disruption as early Silk Road shifts bypass their routes. Some propose social change, as new tribal alliances altered their ways. The Kurgans, often sealed with care, hint at reverence, not abandonment. What hopes or fears shaped their final rites? In a softer light, the spiritual resonance of these plains wraps around you. To the Tasmola, the steppe was a sacred expanse, its horizons, a canvas for the divine. Their burials with horses and bronze may have been offerings to sky spirits, ensuring passage to eternity. Some Kazakh elders say the Tasmola left to follow a celestial herd, their camps a completed prayer, their souls galloping with the dawn. The Kurgans, their shapes echoing the stars, may have been maps of the sacred, their treasures a bridge to the infinite. Touch a plaque's smooth edge, its surface cool, and you might sense it a longing to ride, to merge with the eternal. Could their leaving have been a sacred journey, a step into the divine? Another tale weaves through the grasses. You are a Tasmola weaver, threading wool by a flickering fire. The shamans speak of a girl who saw omens in the flight of larks, her visions guiding the herds. One spring she foretold a shadow crossing the sun, a sign to seek a land where the larks sang forever. She led a caravan, her voice clear, but the shadow passed and the larks vanished. The caravan never returned, and her name dissolved. Was she a guide, or did the omens betray her? The fire pit lies buried now, but some say at dusk a lark's call echoes too faint to follow. The mystery widens when you consider the Tasmola world. Their nomadic range spanned Kazakhstan's steppes, their bronze and beads, linking them to Scythians and Saka. Their art with its swirling animals suggests a shared cosmology, yet their stories are unwritten. Some suggest gradual assimilation as Tasmola traits blend into later nomad cultures. Others see a sudden break, perhaps a series of raids or a climatic shift that left no trace. The effort to raise such Kurgans only to leave them is a riddle without edges. What vision fueled their wanderings and what stilled them? Pause here, your fingers brushing a Kurgan's weathered stone, its surface warm and still. Feel its weight, its silence, its secrets shaped by hands long gone. The Tasmola lived in a world of balance, horse and steppe bronze, and divine camp and cosmos. Their fading, whether by choice or fate, offers you a gift, Not answers, but awe. Did they follow a mare, a song, a lark? The plains, vast and patient, hold no reply, only a hum that might carry their truth still. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk, where the Lyonians wove Celtic tales in ancient France. You pause in a shaded clearing in ancient France where the Sound River weaves through emerald hills, its waters catching the last light of a fading dawn. Before you, a circle of ancient oaks stands tall, their gnarled branches entwined like threads of an unspoken tale, their roots cradling mossy stones etched with faint spirals. The air is cool, scented with damp earth and blooming hawthorn, and a soft hum rises from the forest, as if the trees themselves murmur secrets to the morning mist. This is the world of the Lyonians, a Celtic people who thrived from the 6th to 1st centuries BCE in what is now Lyon and its surrounding lands. Their lives woven into rivers and sacred groves, yet their fires dimmed, their voices faded into the leaves. What spirits called them away? What truths do the oaks guard their whispers? Soft as dreams, the Lyonians, part of the broader Celtic tapestry of ancient Gaul, crafted a life of harmony with the land. You can almost hear the lilt of their harps, the clatter of bronze torques in vibrant markets, the low chants of druids in hallowed clearings. Their Opida fortified hilltop settlements like Bibracte bustled with artisans, shaping iron and potters, painting swirling motifs. They traded wine and amber with Greeks and Etruscans, their lives pulsing with rituals that honored rivers and skies. Their language, a Celtic tongue, sang of gods like Lugus and Epona, but no written tales survive. By the 1st century BCE, under Roman conquest, their distinct culture blurred their groves, left to silence. The mystery of their fading is not one of defeat alone, but of a gentle retreat, as if they stepped into the forest's eternal shade. Through a scientific lens, the Lyonian enigma unfolds like a scroll of scattered runes. Archaeologists note their decline aligns with Rome's conquest of Gaul, culminating in Julius Caesar's campaigns by 52 BCE. Could assimilation have dissolved their identity as Celtic names blend into Roman records? Some suggest environmental strain pollen studies hint at deforestation, perhaps stressing their fields and timber supplies. Overpopulation could have taxed their hilltop Opida, as dense settlements suggest pressure on resources. Others propose trade disruptions. Roman dominance may have shifted markets, weakening Lyonian wealth. Internal strife is another theory. Rival tribes like the Aedui and Sequani clashed often, yet no widespread destruction marks their sites. Disease carried along trade routes is possible, though no mass graves confirm it. Migration is a theory, as Celtic traits linger in northern Gaul, but why abandon such sacred groves? The evidence is a murmur, not a map. Now let your heart drift to the sacred currents that pulse through these woodlands. To the Lyonians, the forests were divine, their oaks and springs home to spirits like Tyrannus, god of thunder, and Belisama, lady of rivers. Their stone altars tucked in clearings bore offerings of grain and bronze, tying the living to the eternal. Modern Breton and Welsh folklore echoes this, speaking of the Celts as dreamweavers, their rituals guided by the cycles of moon and sun. Did a sacred omen call them away, their departure a pilgrimage to join the forest's embrace? Stand within an oak circle, its bark warm beneath your touch, and you might feel it a faint throb, as if the spirits linger woven into the groves. Breath. A story drifts through the trees, one carried by the flicker of a druid's fire. You are a Lyonian smith, shaping bronze by a sacred spring. The druids speak of a vision, a great raven, its wings kissed by starlight, soaring toward a land where the forests never faded. The seer, her eyes like polished flint, urged the clan to follow promising fields of endless bloom. Some packed, leaving torques as offerings. Others stayed tending the altars. The raven vanished beyond the hills, and those who followed were lost to the dawn. Did they find that verdant land, or did the woods claim them? The spring flows softly now, but those who linger there swear the air shivers, as if the raven's wings still glide. Shift your perspective, and you are a child in a Lyonian oppidum, hiding in a hut's shadow, listening to your mother, a weaver. She tells of the moonsinger, a druid who could summon tides with a chant. One winter the harvest failed, and the singer wove a song of a valley where the moon never waned. She led a band north, her voice a guide, but the moon dimmed and the valley never appeared. You clutched a woven cord watching them fade, but the light never returned. Where did she lead them, that silent melody? The hut lies empty now, its thatch gone, but the river's murmur carries a faint note too soft to trust. From another angle, the artifacts draw you closer. You trace the spirals of a Lionian torque, its bronze gleaming with ancient craft. Archaeologists marvel at their skill. Iron swords painted pottery, yet puzzle over their end. Some apata show signs of fire, but not all suggesting ritual or selective conflict. One theory posits Roman conquest. Their legions crushed Celtic resistance, reshaping Gaul. Another suggests environmental collapse, overfarming may have depleted soils, weakening harvests. Some propose social change, as Roman culture altered Celtic rituals. The altars often left intact hint at reverence, not abandonment. What hopes or fears shaped their final acts? In a gentler light, the spiritual resonance of these groves wraps around you. To the Lionians, the earth was a sacred loom, its rivers and forests threads of the divine. Their offerings buried in springs were prayers for harmony, binding mortal to eternal. Some local elders say the Lionians left to follow a cosmic cycle, their opida, a completed offering, their souls rising with the dawn. The stone circles aligned with solstices may have been maps of the sacred, their altars a bridge to the gods. Touch an oak's rough bark, its surface warm, and you might sense it a longing to wander, to merge with the infinite. Could their leaving have been a sacred journey, a step into the divine? Another tale weaves through the forests. You are a Lionian trader, your pack heavy with wine resting by a sacred oak. The Druids speak of a boy who saw omens in the flight of wrens, his visions guiding the harvests. One spring he foretold a shadow crossing the sun, a sign to seek a land where the wrens sang forever. He led a caravan, his voice clear, but the shadow passed and the wrens vanished. The caravan never returned, and his name dissolved. Was he a guide? Or did the omens betray him? The oak stands, its branches swaying, but some say at dusk a wren's call echoes too faint to follow. The mystery widens when you consider the Lionian world. Their opida linked the Rhone and Sound valleys, their trade reaching the Mediterranean and beyond. Their Celtic language, glimpsed in inscriptions, sang of gods and heroes yet faded under Roman rule. Some suggest gradual assimilation as Lionian traits blend into Gallo-Roman culture. Others see a sudden break, perhaps a series of battles or a trade collapse that left no trace. The effort to build such settlements only to leave them is a riddle without edges. What vision fueled their songs and what stilled them? Pause here, your fingers brushing an oak's weathered bark, its surface cool and still. Feel its weight, its silence, its secrets shaped by hands long gone. The Lionians lived in a world of balance, forest and river, bronze and divine oppidum and cosmos. Their fading, whether by choice or fate, offers you a gift, not answers but awe. Did they follow a raven, a song, a wren? The groves, vast and patient, hold no reply, only a hum that might carry their truth still. So we drift again toward what cannot be named, where the Vinca carved symbols older than time. You kneel beside the Danube's gentle banks in Serbia, where the river's surface shimmers like a mirror under a sky soft with dawn's first blush. Before you, the earth yields a clay tablet, its surface etched with cryptic symbols, lines, chevrons, and spirals that seem to pulse with secrets older than time. The air is cool, scented with wet grass and blooming linden, and a faint hum weaves through the morning mist as if the river itself murmurs tales of a forgotten cradle. This is the world of the Vinca, who thrived from 5,300 to 4,500 BCE, their villages, a heartbeat in Europe's ancient heart. Yet their signs remain unread, their fires faded, their story lost to the current's flow. What truths did they carve into the clay? What call drew them from their hearths? Unanswered in the Danube's ceaseless song, the Vinca wove a civilization of quiet wonder, their settlements, Vinca Belo Burdo Tartaria Turdash, scattered along the Danube's fertile valleys. You can almost hear the clack of looms weaving linen, the laughter of children chasing clay figurines, the soft chants of rituals by flickering hearths. Their pottery adorned with swirling patterns and their figurines with almond-shaped eyes brim with enigmatic purpose, while their fields yielded barley and emmer wheat. They traded obsidian and shells their villages, humming with craft and connection, yet their script, perhaps the world's oldest, defies translation. By 4500 BCE, their homes stood empty, their symbols silent, their people scattered. The mystery of their fading is not one of ruin, but of a gentle retreat, as if they followed a whisper. Only the river heard. Through a scientific lens, the Vinca enigma unfolds, like a mosaic of scattered shards. Archaeologists note their decline aligns with the end of the Neolithic, a time of shifting climates and cultures. Could environmental strain have played a role? Pollen studies suggest cooler, wetter centuries, perhaps flooding fields or chilling crops. Over-farming may have depleted the fertile lowest soils, as eroded layers hint. Some propose social upheaval. Unequal wealth, glimpsed in varied house sizes, could have sparked division, yet no signs of conflict scar the sites. Others suggest migration, as Vinca-like artifacts appear in distant Balkans, possibly blending with early Bronze Age cultures. Disease carried along trade routes is another theory, though no mass graves mark the earth. External pressures like nomadic incursions are possible, but their peaceful villages argue against it. Why abandon such ordered homes? The evidence is a murmur, not a map. Now let your spirit drift to the sacred currents that pulse through these valleys. To the Vinca, the earth was a living mother, its rivers and hills, home to spirits of growth and renewal. Their figurines, often found in hearths, may have been offerings to deities of fertility, their symbols, prayers etched for eternity. Modern Balkan folklore echoes this, speaking of the Vinca as earth singers, their rituals guided by the cycles of moon and harvest. Did a sacred vision call them away? Their departure, a pilgrimage to join the divine embrace. Pause by a riverbank, a clay shard cool beneath your fingers, and you might feel it, a gentle throb, as if the spirits linger woven into the Danube's breath. A story drifts through the mist, one carried by the glow of a village fire. You are a Vinca potter shaping clay, be a flickering hearth. The elders speak of a dream, a great stork, its wings kissed by dawn, soaring toward a land where the fields never withered. The seer, her eyes like polished jet, urged the clan to follow promising rivers of endless flow. Some packed, leaving figurines as offerings, others stayed tending the kilns. The stork vanished beyond the hills, and those who followed were lost to the dawn. Did they find that flowing land, or did the river claim them? The hearth lies cold now, but those who linger there swear the air shivers, as if the stork's wings still glide. Shift your perspective, and you are a child in Turdosh, hiding in a house's shade, listening to your mother, a weaver. She tells of the river caller, a mystic who could summon rains with a chant. One spring the crops failed, and the caller sang of a valley where the waters never ceased. She led a band north, her voice a guide, but the rains returned, and the valley never appeared. You clutched a clay amulet, watching them fade, but the waters never sang. Where did she lead them, that silent melody? The house lies empty now, its beams gone, but the river's murmur carries a faint note too soft to trust. From another angle, the artifacts draw you closer. You trace the lines of a Vinca figurine, its eyes sharp with ancient knowing. Archaeologists marvel at their craft pottery, with intricate spirals, symbols predating Sumer yet puzzle over their end. Some sites show gradual decline with smaller homes in later layers, hinting at shrinking communities. One theory posits environmental collapse, flooding along the Danube may have submerged fields. Another suggests social change as new technologies like copper spread, altering their ways. Some propose external pressures. Early Indo-European migrations could have displaced them, though no weapons clutter the ruins. The symbols often found in caches suggest ritual, not abandonment. What hopes or fears shaped their final marks? In a softer light, the spiritual resonance of these valleys wraps around you. To the Vinca, the earth was a sacred loom, its rivers and fields threads of the divine. Their figurines with their serene faces may have been guardians, binding the living to the eternal. Some local elders say the Vinca left to follow a cosmic cycle, their villages a completed prayer, their souls rising with the dawn. The symbols etched on clay may have been maps of the sacred, their lines a bridge to eternity. Touch a tablet's smooth surface, its signs faint, and you might sense it a longing to ascend to merge with the infinite. Could their leaving have been a sacred journey, a step into the divine? Another tale weaves through the reeds. You are a Vinca farmer, your hands dusted with barley resting by a sacred mound. The shamans speak of a boy who saw omens in the flight of swifts, his visions guiding the planting. One summer he foretold a shadow crossing the sun, a sign to seek a land where the swifts danced forever. He led a caravan, his voice clear, but the shadow passed and the swifts vanished. The caravan never returned and his name dissolved. Was he a guide or did the omens betray him? The mound stands its earth-worn, but some say at dusk a swift's call echoes too faint to follow. The mystery widens when you consider the Vinca world. Their villages from Serbia to Romania link the Danube's fertile banks, their trade-carrying shells and obsidian across the Balkans. Their symbols with over 200 unique signs suggest a proto-script, yet their meaning eludes us. Some suggest gradual dispersal as Vinca traits blend into later cultures like Cucuteni. Others see a sudden break, perhaps a series of floods or a social rift that left no trace. The effort to carve such symbols only to leave them is a riddle without edges. What vision fueled their craft and what stilled it? Pause here, your fingers brushing a tablet's weathered signs, their lines faint but enduring. Feel its weight, its silence, its secrets shaped by hands long gone. The Vinca lived in a world of balance, clay and earth ritual, and divine village and cosmos. Their fading, whether by choice or fate, offers you a gift, not answers but awe. Did they follow a stork, a song, a swift? The Danube, vast and patient, holds no reply, only a flow that might carry their truth still. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers, where the Tiwanaku raise stone gateways to the stars. You stand on a high plateau near Bolivia's Lake Titicaca, where the morning mist swirls like a veil parting to reveal the gate of the sun, its stone carvings glowing faintly under a sky of endless azure. The air is thin, scented with the sharp tang of altiplano grasses and the distant chill of snow-capped peaks, and a soft hum rises from the earth, as if the Andes themselves breathe secrets. Before you, the monolithic stones of Tiwanaku stand resolute, their surfaces etched with figures that seem to gaze at the heavens. This is the world of the Tiwanaku, who thrived from 300 to 1000 CE, their city a sacred hymn to the cosmos. Yet their voices grew, still their altars left to the winds. What called them from their celestial gates? What riddles do the mountains hold, carved in their ancient stone? The Tiwanaku wove a civilization of awe, their capital near Lake Titicaca, a marvel of stonework and devotion. You can almost hear the rhythm of chisels shaping andesite, the murmur of priests in the sunken courts of Kalasasaya, the laughter of farmers tending quinoa on terraced slopes. Their monoliths like the Ponce Stela stand tall, carved with intricate deities, while their aqueducts channeled water from sacred springs. They traded lapis and obsidian across the Andes, their influence reaching Chile and Peru, yet their language remains unknown, their stories unwritten. By 1000 CE, their city stood quiet, its gateways untended, its people scattered. The mystery of their decline is not one of collapse, but of a gentle fading, as if they followed a star, only they could see. Through a scientific lens, the Tiwanaku enigma unfolds like a scroll of half-glimpsed signs. Archaeologists point to climate change. Lake sediment cores reveal a prolonged drought around 900–1000 CE, perhaps starving their fields. Could overfarming have depleted the Altiplano's thin soils as eroded terraces suggest? Some propose social upheaval. Elite burials with gold and textiles hint at growing divides, yet no signs of conflict. Scar the stones. Others suggest disease possibly spread through trade networks, though no mass graves mark the plateau. Environmental strain like salinization from over-irrigation is another theory weakening their crops. Assimilation is possible as Tiwanaku-like traits appear in later Aymara cultures, but why abandon such sacred centers? The evidence is a whisper, not a beacon, offering no clear path. Now let your spirit drift to the sacred currents that pulse through these highlands. To the Tiwanaku Lake, Titicaca was a cosmic womb, its waters and peaks home to deities like Viracocha, creator of all. Their gateways aligned with solstices were portals to the stars, their carvings, prayers to the heavens. Modern Aymara and Quechua traditions echo this, speaking of the Tiwanaku as sky weavers, their rituals tying earth to cosmos. Did a divine vision call them away their departure, a pilgrimage to join the celestial dance? Stand before the gate of the sun, its stone cool beneath your touch, and you might feel it a faint pulse, as if the gods linger woven into the mist's breath. A story drifts through the plateau, one carried by the flicker of a coca-fueled fire. You are a Tiwanaku stonecutter, shaping andesite by a sacred spring. The shamans speak of a vision, a great condor, its wings aglow with dawn, soaring toward a land where the stars touch the earth. The seer, her eyes like polished turquoise, urged the clan to follow promising fields that bloomed forever. Some packed, leaving carved stones as offerings. Others stayed, tending the gateways. The condor vanished beyond the peaks, and those who followed were lost to the dawn. Did they find that starry land, or did the Andes claim them? The spring flows softly now, but those who linger there swear the air shivers, as if the condor's wings still glide. Shift your gaze and you are a child in Tiwanaku, hiding in a courtyard shade, listening to your mother, a weaver. She tells of the star whisperer, a mystic who could summon constellations with a chant. One winter the harvests failed, and the whisperer sang of a valley where the stars never faded. She led a band north, her voice a guide, but the stars dimmed, and the valley never appeared. You clutched a woven cord, watching them fade, but the light never returned. Where did she lead them, that silent melody? The courtyard lies empty, now its stones cracked, but the night sky carries a faint hum too soft to trust. From another angle, the artifacts draw you closer. You trace the lines of a Tiwanaku monolith, its deity sharp against the stone. Archaeologists marvel at their craft stonework so precise, it defies the era aqueducts rivaling empires, yet puzzle over their end. Some sites show gradual decline with smaller structures in later layers hinting at shrinking communities. One theory posits environmental collapse drought may have dried the lake's shores, weakening agriculture. Another suggests social change as new ideologies spread, perhaps with the rise of Wari influence. External pressures like nomadic raids are possible though. No weapons clutter the ruins. The gateways left standing suggest reverence, not abandonment. What hopes or fears shaped their final acts? In a softer light, the spiritual resonance of these highlands wraps around you. To the Tiwanaku, the earth was a sacred canvas, its peaks and waters threads of the divine. Their monoliths, with their stern faces, may have been guardians binding the living to the cosmos. Some local elders say the Tiwanaku left to follow a celestial cycle, their city a completed prayer, their souls rising with the dawn. The gate of the sun, its carvings aligned with the heavens, may have been a portal to eternity, its stone a bridge to the stars. Touch a monolith's weathered edge, its surface warm, and you might sense it a longing to ascend, to merge with the infinite. Could their leaving have been a sacred journey? A step into the divine? Another tale weaves through the mist. You are a Tiwanaku farmer, your hands dusted with quinoa resting by a sacred altar. The priests speak of a boy who saw omens in the flight of flamingos, his visions guiding the planting. One spring he foretold a shadow crossing the sun, a sign to seek a land where the flamingos danced forever. He led a caravan, his voice clear, but the shadow passed and the flamingos vanished. The caravan never returned, and his name dissolved. Was he a guide, or did the omens betray him? The altar stands, its stones worn, but some say at dusk, a flamingo's call echoes too faint to follow. The mystery widens when you consider the Tiwanaku world. Their city spanned the Altiplano, their trade linking Bolivia to Peru and Chile. Their art with its geometric deities influenced later Inca culture, yet their language is lost. Some suggest a gradual dispersal, as Tiwanaku traits blend into Aymara societies. Others see a sudden break, perhaps a series of droughts, or a social rift that left no trace. The effort to raise such gateways only to leave them is a riddle without edges. What vision fueled their devotion and what stilled it? Pause here, your fingers brushing a gateway's carved stone, its figures faint but enduring. Feel its weight, its silence, its secrets shaped by hands long gone. The Tiwanaku lived in a world of balance, stone and sky ritual, and divine city and cosmos. Their fading, whether by choice or fate, offers you a gift, not answers but awe. Did they follow a condor, a song, a flamingo, the Andes vast and patient, hold no reply, only a sigh that might carry their truth still? But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk, where the Garamantes tamed the Sahara's hidden waters. You rest in the heart of the Sahara, where the dunes stretch like a golden sea under a sky blazing with twilight's amber glow. Before you, the faint outline of a Garamantian settlement emerges, its mud brick walls half swallowed by sand, their edges softened by centuries of wind. The air is warm, scented with dry acacia, and the faint memory of oasis springs and a low hum rises from the earth, as if the desert itself murmurs tales of lost waters. This is the world of the Garamantes, who thrived in Libya's Fezzan region from 1000 BCE to 700 CE, their cities blooming, where none should, yet the sands reclaimed them. Their channels dried, their voices faded. What secret sustained their oasis? What call drew them away unanswered in the dunes' ceaseless shift? The Garamantes crafted a civilization of defiance, their settlements, Jerma Zinchakra Jarma oases in the Sahara's arid embrace. You can almost hear the creak of wooden pulleys drawing water from Foggara's underground channels that tamed the desert's heart. Their markets buzzed with trade dates, salt and gold, linking sub-Saharan Africa to Rome and Carthage. Their homes built of mud brick and palm-sheltered artisans crafting beads and iron tools, while their rock art depicted chariots racing across the sands. They worshipped gods, tied to springs and skies, their rituals lost to time. But by the 7th century CE, their cities stood empty, their Foggaras clogged, their people scattered. The mystery of their decline is not one of ruin, but of a quiet retreat, as if they followed a whisper only the desert heard. Through a scientific lens, the Garamantian enigma unfolds like a map of half-traced paths. Archaeologists point to environmental strain groundwater studies suggest the aquifers feeding their Foggaras dwindled by 700 CE, perhaps starving their fields. Could over-irrigation have salted the soil, as degraded oases hint? Some propose trade disruptions. Rome's fall and the rise of Islamic powers may have shifted caravan routes, draining their wealth. Internal strife is another theory. Differences in burial goods suggest social divides, yet no battle scars mark the ruins. Disease carried along trade paths could have thinned their numbers, though no mass graves confirm it. Assimilation is possible, as Garamantian traits linger in later Berber cultures, but why abandon such ingenious cities? The evidence is a murmur, not a beacon. Now let your spirit drift to the sacred currents that pulse through these sands. To the Garamantes, the desert was a divine expanse, its oases, portals to gods of water and sky. Their rock art with its chariots and dancers may have been prayers for rain, their altars offerings to unseen spirits. Modern Tuareg and Berber tales echo this, speaking of the Garamantes as water weavers, their lives guided by the stars' hidden paths. Did a sacred vision call them away, their departure? A pilgrimage to join the desert's eternal flow, paused by a crumbling Foggara, its stone cool beneath your touch, and you might feel it a faint throb, as if the spirits linger woven into the precious sand's breath. A story drifts through the dunes, one carried by the flicker of an oasis fire. You are a Garamantian trader, your pack heavy with dates resting by a sacred well. The shamans speak of a vision, a great oryx, its horns aglow with dawn, bounding toward a land where the springs never failed. The seer, her eyes like polished jasper, urged the clan to follow promising oases that bloomed forever. Some packed, leaving beads as offerings, others stayed tending the channels. The oryx vanished beyond the sands, and those who followed were lost to the dawn. Did they find that verdant land, or did the desert claim them? The well lies dry now, but those who linger there swear the air shivers, as if the oryx's hooves still tread. Shift your perspective, and you are a child in Jarma, hiding in a palm grove shade listening to your mother, a weaver. She tells of the sand singer, a mystic who could summon winds with a chant. One spring the crops withered and the singer wove a song of a valley where the sands bloomed with water. She led a band north, her voice a guide, but the winds stilled, and the valley never appeared. You clutched a woven cord watching them fade, but the water never came. Where did she lead them, that silent melody? The grove lies sparse now, its palms bent, but the breeze carries a faint hum too soft to trust. From another angle, the artifacts draw you closer. You trace the lines of a Garamantian bead, its glass sharp with ancient craft. Archaeologists marvel at their ingenuity, fogaras stretching miles, chariots carved in rock, yet puzzle over their end. Some sites show gradual decline with smaller homes in later layers, hinting at shrinking communities. One theory posits environmental collapse overused. Aquifers may have dried, weakening agriculture. Another suggests trade collapse, as Mediterranean powers shifted routes, starving markets. Some propose social change as new faiths like Islam altered rituals. The fogaras, often left intact, suggest reverence, not abandonment. What hopes or fears shaped their final acts? In a softer light, the spiritual resonance of these oases wraps around you. To the Garamantes, the desert was a sacred canvas, its springs and stars threads of the divine. Their rock art with its dancing figures may have been prayers for balance binding mortal to eternal. Some local elders say the Garamantes left to follow a cosmic cycle their cities, a completed offering, their souls rising with the dawn. The fogaras, channeling hidden waters, may have been maps of the sacred, their flow, a bridge to the gods. Touch a rock carving's weathered edge, its surface warm, and you might sense it a longing to flow, to merge with the infinite. Could their leaving have been a sacred journey, a step into the divine? Another tale weaves through the sands. You are a Garamantian herder, your hands rough from guiding goats, resting by a sacred dune. The shamans speak of a boy who saw omens in the flight of falcons, his visions guiding the herds. One summer, he foretold a shadow crossing the stars, a sign to seek a land where the falcons soared forever. He led a caravan, his voice clear, but the shadow passed and the falcons vanished. The caravan never returned, and his name dissolved. Was he a guide, or did the omens betray him? The dune stands its crest worn, but some say at dusk a falcon's cry echoes too faint to follow. The mystery widens when you consider the Garamantian world. Their oases link the Sahara to the Mediterranean, their trade carrying gold and salt across deserts. Their rock art with its chariots and hunters suggests a vibrant cosmology, yet their language is lost. Some suggest gradual assimilation as Garamantian traits blend into Berber cultures. Others see a sudden break, perhaps a series of droughts or a trade collapse that left no trace. The effort to build such channels only to leave them is a riddle without edges. What vision fueled their defiance and what stilled it? Pause here, your fingers brushing a carving's faded lines, its figures faint but enduring. Feel its weight, its silence, its secrets shaped by hands long gone. The Garamantes lived in a world of balance, sand and water trade, and divine oasis and cosmos. Their fading, whether by choice or fate, offers you a gift, not answers but awe. Did they follow an oryx, a song, a falcon? The dunes, vast and patient, hold no reply, only a shift that might, just might, carry their truths still. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers, where the Picts carved stones with symbols no tongue can read. You stand on a misty ridge in Scotland's Highlands, where the dawn's pale light weaves through heather, casting a soft glow on a tall stone carved with cryptic symbols, a crescent, a beast, a double disc, etched as if to speak to the stars. The air is cool, scented with damp peat and blooming gorse, and a faint hum rises from the earth, as if the hills themselves murmur tales of ancient wanderers. This is the world of the Picts, who thrived from the 3rd to 9th centuries. See their forts and stones defiant against the mists of Caledonia. Yet their name faded, their stories unwritten, their legacy left to the silence. What mysteries do their carvings guard? What call drew them from their sacred heights, unanswered in the heather's gentle sway? The Picts crafted a culture of resilience, their settlements Dunatar, Burghead, Abernethy scattered across Scotland's rugged north. You can almost hear the clatter of iron forges, the laughter of gatherings in timber halls, the low chants of rituals in sacred clearings. Their symbol stones, some towering, others small, bare, enigmatic designs, serpents, mirrors, combs, etched with care, perhaps a script or a code no tongue can read. They farmed barley-herded cattle and traded amber, with Romans and Celts, their lives woven with the land's rhythms. Their language hinted at, in rare inscriptions, remains a shadow lost to time. By the 9th century, under the rise of the Scots and Norse, their distinct identity blurred their forts quiet. The mystery of their fading is not one of ruin, but of a quiet drift, as if they stepped into the mist's embrace. Through a scientific lens, the Pictish enigma unfolds like a tapestry of half-seen threads. Archaeologists note their decline aligns with the unification of Scotland under the Dalriada Scots, around 840 CE, forming the Kingdom of Alba. Could assimilation have erased their culture as Pictish names fade into Gaelic records? Some suggest environmental strain pollen studies hint at cooler, wetter centuries, perhaps stressing crops in the harsh highlands. Overpopulation could have taxed their hill forts, as dense settlements suggest pressure on resources. Others propose external pressures, Viking raids, or conflicts with neighboring Britons, though no widespread destruction scars the stones. Disease carried along trade routes is possible, yet no mass graves mark the earth. Migration is a theory, as Pictish-like artifacts appear in northern isles, but why abandon such sacred symbols? The evidence is a murmur, not a guide. Now let your heart drift to the sacred currents that pulse through these highlands. To the Picts, the land was a divine canvas, its rivers and hills home to spirits of earth and sky. Their symbol stones, often set in open fields, may have been altars to unseen deities, their carvings, prayers for guidance or protection. Modern Scottish folklore echoes this. Speaking of the Picts as mistweavers, their rituals tied to the cycles of moon and season. Did a sacred vision call them away, their departure a pilgrimage to join the spirit's dance? Stand before a symbol stone, its surface cool beneath your fingers, and you might feel it a faint throb, as if the divine lingers woven into the heather's breath. A story drifts through the mists, one carried by the glow of a hill fort's fire. You are a Pictish carver, etching symbols by a flickering torch. The Druids speak of a vision, a great stag, its antlers aglow with dawn, bounding toward a land where the hills bloomed forever. The seer, her eyes like polished slate, urged the clan to follow promising fields of endless plenty. Some packed, leaving carved stones as offerings. Others stayed tending the forts. The stag vanished beyond the ridges, and those who followed were lost to the dawn. Did they find that blooming land, or did the highlands claim them? The torch stand lies buried now, but those who linger there swear the air shivers, as if the stag's hooves still tread. Shift your perspective, and you are a child in Abernethy, hiding in a hall's shadow, listening to your mother, a weaver. She tells of the mist singer, a druid who could summon fog with a chant. One winter the harvest failed, and the singer wove a song of a valley where the mists never lifted. She led a band north, her voice a guide, but the fog cleared, and the valley never appeared. You clutched a woven cord, watching them fade, but the mist never returned. Where did she lead them, that silent melody? The hall lies empty now, its timbers gone, but the wind carries a faint hum, too soft to trust. From another angle, the artifacts draw you closer. You trace the lines of a Pictish stone, its crescent sharp against the granite. Archaeologists marvel at their craft. Silver brooches, carved combs, yet puzzle over their end. Some forts show signs of fire, but not all suggesting ritual or selective conflict. One theory posits assimilation. The Scots' rise may have merged Pictish culture into Gaelic ways. Another suggests environmental collapse over farming could have depleted soils, weakening harvests. Some propose external pressures, Norse raids or Roman withdrawal disrupting trade. The symbol stones often left standing hint at reverence, not abandonment. What hopes or fears shaped their final carvings? In a softer light, the spiritual resonance of these highlands wraps around you. To the Picts, the earth was a sacred loom, its hills and rivers threads of the divine. Their stones with their cryptic symbols may have been guardians binding the living to the eternal. Some local elders say the Picts left to follow a cosmic cycle, their forts a completed prayer, their souls rising with the dawn. The stones aligned with solstices or stars may have been maps of the sacred, their carvings a bridge to eternity. Touch a stone's weathered edge, its surface warm, and you might sense it, a longing to ascend, to merge with the infinite. Could their leaving have been a sacred journey? A step into the divine? Another tale weaves through the heather. You are a Pictish herder, your hands rough from guiding cattle, resting by a sacred spring. The Druids speak of a boy who saw omens in the flight of ravens, his visions guiding the herds. One spring he foretold a shadow crossing the sun, a sign to seek a land where the ravens soared forever. He led a caravan, his voice clear, but the shadow passed and the ravens vanished. The caravan never returned, and his name dissolved. Was he a guide, or did the omens betray him? The spring flows faintly now, but some say at dusk, a raven's call echoes too faint to follow. The mystery widens when you consider the Pictish world. Their forts and farms span Scotland's north, their trade linking them to Romans and Celts. Their symbols, with over 30 unique designs, suggest a system of meaning, perhaps a proto-script, yet remain undeciphered. Some suggest gradual assimilation as Pictish traits blend into Scots culture. Others see a sudden break, perhaps a series of raids or a climatic shift that left no trace. The effort to carve such stones only to leave them is a riddle without edges. What vision fueled their defiance and what stilled it? Pause here, your fingers brushing a stone's cryptic crescent, its lines faint but enduring. Feel its weight, its silence, its secrets shaped by hands, long gone. The Picts lived in a world of balanced stone and heather ritual and divine fort and cosmos. Their fading, whether by choice or fate, offers you a gift, not answers but awe. Did they follow a stag, a song, a raven? The highlands vast and patient hold no reply, only a sway that might carry their truth still. So we drift again toward what cannot be named, where new mysteries await in the silent tides of time. You linger now, in a quiet place, where the echoes of ancient voices hum softly like winds, drifting through an eternal dusk. The stones of forgotten cities, Puebloan cliffs, Nabatean facades, Pictish carvings sleep under starlight, their secrets cradled in silence. You've wandered through their mysteries, each one a thread in a tapestry that stretches beyond the horizon, its patterns too vast to trace. The questions they leave unanswered are not burdens, but gifts, shimmering like moonlight on a still lake, inviting you to rest in their wonder. Feel the air grow lighter, as if the ruins themselves exhale their sleeping stones, warm with the memory of hands long gone. The Guanches caves, the Indus Valley's bricks, the Muisca's golden lakes, they whisper not of answers but of peace, a gentle call to let the unknown cradle you. There is no need to unravel the riddles of their fading, no need to chase the winds that carried them away. Their truths veiled in mist are meant to drift like clouds, brushing the peaks of an endless twilight, guiding you to a place where questions soften into dreams. The rivers still flow, the heather still sways, the dunes still shift, each holding a story that needs no ending. Let your heart settle like a leaf falling gently to the earth, carried by the breath of ancient winds. The mysteries of the Vinca's symbols, the Aksum's obelisks, the Lycian tombs, they hum softly, their voices blending with the rustle of time, inviting you to float in their embrace. There is peace in the unknowable, a quiet beauty in the truths that slip beyond our grasp, like stars fading into dawn. As you rest here, imagine the world folding gently around you, its edges dissolving into a haze of eternal dusk. The Tasmola's kurgans, the Minoan's frescoes, the Garamantes channels, they stand as silent sentinels, their secrets safe in the heart of the earth. You need not seek their meaning, only let their whispers guide you deeper into a stillness where the soul finds rest. The winds drift on, carrying the echoes of vanished lives, and you drift with them weightless toward a horizon where all is calm, all is wonder, all is peace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers, fading softly into the eternal dusk.